Yeah, I don't know if this is working, but we'll see. Yeah, we about to put a butt whooping on somebody. Brother Sanchez said, what? We about to go on here and put it on him, you know what I'm saying? You know who it is.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing him.
Let's get it.
Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this Earl head. My nation, my need you, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always treat my people, you can keep that bread. Man, oh, a trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, the Chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like ES2. Might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all the different shit we smashing y'all, it's time to take this asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say that was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holding and keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory facts, but is you getting it? Fall back off my knees, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this shit is galactic. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like that. Mongols can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pop like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they right like us. Wake them up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, I kids, we raise y'all anyway. What that since he's finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe are out of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. Oh yeah, I need you, my niche. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche.
Yeah, we up in here. Shout out to everybody. We get it in for real. Let's get it in like this.
This the difference between me and you. This the difference between me and you. I say what the fuck I want you to do. You do what the people want you to do, or what you think they want you to do, or what they want you to say, or feel how they want you to feel, or be their definition. When they ain't real themselves, open up and reveal themselves to tell the truth. They don't feel themselves, and if somebody doing better, they ain't gonna congratulate them. They gon' hate on them again, go and try to steal their wealth. And if you don't fuck with them, they gon' try to set you up like this and get wet up and let somebody steal your health. Then you got to shoot them before you let the judge them or the prosecutor prosecute them. Cause they'll take from another nigga before they give another nigga any. Go to jail and let the white man prostitute. That's why them dumb OGs on the block recruit 'em. Cause them young niggas dumb, so they flock with losers. 30 niggas, one lick, who rock they choose. He lost his money on dice, got for snooze. Same nigga double back, he got shot for losing. Can't nobody make money. Finna go and get ate up. You thoughts cruise. I see you smiling at me, bitch. Who cock choose? Know what I'm talking about. It's not confusing. I'd be lying if I said it's not the music. Cock the ooze, pop the ooze. It be really going down. This is not a movie. It is not up shit. 1,000 rappers died. Think about the street niggas. The end multiplied. Murder, 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 murder. Fun. Did it broad daylight. Disregard the sun. Nobody want no money. They just want a nigga soul. That's why everybody running around clutching on the pole. Look 'em dead in his eye, cause it ain't what it seems. And I frown at the angels and smile at the demons. And bitches eat seed, but they claim that they cream. Everybody high, no self-esteem. Eyes wide shut, but they sleep and they dream. And they're telling on themselves, but as long as it's streaming. And why keep you selling and everybody leaving? Man, the beast got a heart cause his name ain't demons. Yeah, tag team, yeah, blaspheming, yeah, vaccine, yeah. Throw some water to the devil, we drunk it, I had it. Last team, yeah. Read between the lines.
Y'all know what it is. We up in this bitch. Shout out to Bobby Knight, man. You know what I'm saying?
Just full of freaks. Somebody came and checked on me cause I ain't had shit to leave. I've been fighting demons like I'm dying trying to find some peace. Only say shit one time cause as a man I cannot leave. I might fuck what you saying cause I'ma stand like I was saying. If they don't understand it takes a man to go and race the race. Lapping on my plan cause I be damn if I just didn't see. I don't know why they doubting me but keep that same energy. I don't know why they play with me but keep that same energy. You gotta keep that same energy. Yeah. I swear, oh God, they gon' remember me. You gotta keep that same energy. Never let that fuck shit get to me.
That's right, that's right. Shout out to C2. Yeah, we up in this bitch. Yeah. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? What we gonna do? Yeah, man, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and Zondos. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Homes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Homes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? Yeah, God children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? Yeah, God children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. That's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't got a listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Vision, but niggas ain't got a listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English spotted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we let this turn to somethings. Reincarnation of ancients fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in my coat. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. You wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. And stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the source. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a boat. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a boat. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a boat, huh? Like slave masters willing to let they slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the cash would be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even told.
That's right. You know, we over here doing it big. Let's see what we got here, man. Let me see what I got here.
no PPP, oh, oh, no PPP, oh, oh.
PPP. OPP, no PPP. Ho see me, shit, kiki. All eyes on me, bitch, GTV. Yeah, go get it, gang, bitch, GGG. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Top tier talent, bitch, TTT. Who am I? Daddy dope dick, DDD. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, OPP, no PPP. Hey, the hoe see me, she gon' keep. Ha ha. She wanna see that BBC. Big plumber lay pipe, no PVC. Plus I ball every summer like CP3. Thanks to COVID-19 and the CDC, I got 3,200 on my EBT. So now it's Big King crabs when I eat AT. I'm one of the best like B.I.G. or PAC. Look, RTNOCAP. In the streets I got a motherfucking PhD. See my piss in my blood full of THC. You can see it in my skin like the TAT. When I put it in her throat, she gon' G-A-G. I ain't with it if it ain't about a B-A-G. Yep, like P-A-T. Paper, power, and prosperity. PPP. Pole plants and parakeets. PPP. Pretty pussy pokey. PPP. Plenty prostitutes but funky. PPP. Black educated and talent. B-E-T. Power and prosperity. PPP. Pole plants and parakeets. PPP. Pretty pussy pokey. PPP. Plenty prostitutes but funky. PPP. Black educated and talent. B-E-T. Treating every bad bitch like a P-E-T. I'm a dog who ain't never seen of B-E-T. When you talking about hustling, I'm a V-E-T. They need to let the real niggas out of TDC. Cause the kids out here stuck like PCP. The old head stuck in the past like a DVD. Do some A, B, C, D, E, F, G's, H.J.K. Elementary PIPs. No J-O-B's, no G-E-D's. $1 million made off D-O-P-E. B-P-D couldn't see O-P-E. From the
Let me see what I'm missing out here. I'm up in here tripping, dog. Hey, shout out to Sister Betty. Shout out to Georgia Peach, Giselle. I see y'all. Who else is in here? I'm up in here on a different screen. Peaches, I see you. Dangerous music, man. God damn it. Man, please email me right now. Cuttack@gmail. Somebody hit me with an email real quick, man. So I can get you on in the rotation, man. God damn. That shit is flame. And you goddamn it deserve it, my nigga. Shout out to Dangerous Music. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, there you go, my brother, man. Hit me with an email, man, so I can get the YouTube playlist, yank that shit down, or in fact, I'd rather get it from your digital shit, give you some spins and shit. Yeah, man, shout out to everybody. Let me see what I got going on. Chief ain't made it up in here yet. Yo, KC is the town, if y'all did not know. Shout out to Peaches. Peaches, you up in KC somewhere? That's tight. Let's see what we got here. Let's go here. Yeah, man. Let's see what we got here. Let's see who we gonna mix up. Who we gonna mix up? That's right. Who we gonna mix up? 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 Think we gonna mix up?
Who they think they ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make they world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see the Jews I give is real. It's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution, or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And singing to meet you Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards in life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spade. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. I'm proud warm when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done,
I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody say we dirty, we confiscate the witness. Spend $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Black gold in my city, for keeping it the trending. So the hater world record, don't put them in the Guinness. If you're real, then you're fake. If you're fake, then you the realest. They done turn the game around, so now they celebrate the snitches. Yeah, I ride around with that Drake, cause these niggas is vicious. They'll clean a nigga house and they won't even do the dishes. See, these bitches act like niggas, and niggas act like bitches. All these bitches ready to fight, these niggas scared and told them switches. Try to imitate these rappers that's living so fictitious. Disrespecting dead people in their songs and making disses. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody say we dirty, we confiscate the witness. Spend $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Black gold in my city, for keeping it the trending. So the hater world record, don't put them in the Guinness. I can only be me, let God be my witness. Did some shit when I was young, I had to ask him for forgiveness. Been betrayed by my family, and friends who turned snitches. I have yet to met a woman who did love to burn bitches. And sometime when I was young, I ain't get no visits. I was looking for the love, where is that I must have missed it. I ain't born back before, I ain't playing tennis. I've been flossing since a young nigga, so I ain't paying dentist. Use the kitchen like a lab, but I ain't playing chemist. So to get it till it's done, I ain't never saying finish. So whatever's been diminished, I'll always be replenished. Really got it out the mud, everything I do authentic. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody say we dirty, we confiscate the witness. Paid $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Black gold in my city, keeping it the trillest. So the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I'm just saying that. Get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliate.
I'm spitting now. I'm about to fuck some cash up for my little boy. If I'ma fuck some cash up, it's on my little boy. You can't understand that cause you a little boy. You try to rob, you gon' get hit with that machinery. Trigger finger itching like I'm fingering your sister, nigga. Finger fucking lean while the beam sit on the pussy, nigga. Money on my mind all the time, it's never pussy, nigga. I done had my share of losses, I done did some dirty deeds. I don't drink no cheap liquor and I don't smoke no dirty weed. I don't wanna see a seed, nigga tripping, he could bleed. Up the barrel on him and burn a nigga to fake a seat. I'm knocking on the industry door, who is it? It's a king. Cause I done went from sleeping on the floor to an expensive king. I'm just trying to live a dream, explaining why I never sleep. I ain't doing no talking, I'm letting the Mac 11 speak. Your Royal Highness buried me in my treasure deep. The chopper bullet leave shredded beef on your leather seats. I don't know about where you from, it's how we settle beef. It's the top city where I created my legacy.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't with Indian, I go crazy. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't with Indian, I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't with Indian, I go crazy. I just keep a player, you can never play me. I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't with Indian, I go crazy. I just keep a player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, now let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick, and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Job by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round up applause, boy, you know we got the text. Chucky dog, California, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. Set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Write a poem, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide down, cause we the sheep.
Like my niggas sit between the sheets. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucking deep. In the streets like EBT when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little bit of these hands, he wasn't no apple man. Now these dudes is sample man, they full shit like my ammo can. What they call it N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. No ape shit, show ain't shit. Everyone be televised off tape shit.
Free the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, y'all just keep the G.
They know it's my
We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Write a poem, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
money on my lot, so I gotta go. Soon as it's my time, then I'm out the door. Don't care what they say, cause I'm finna blow. She asked me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go, stay on go, stay on go. They ask me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go, stay on go, stay on go. Ask me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go. They know it's my time, bitch, I'm about to blow. Every day I'm fresh, yes, like I'm off the boat. They know it's my time, bitch, I'm about to blow. Every day I'm fresh, yes, like I'm off the boat. They know it's my time, bitch, I'm about to blow. Every day I'm fresh, yes, like I'm off the boat. Every time you hear me, see me, everything gon' go. They'll call your girl, before I snatch your hoe. I don't want your hoe, no, I just wanna blow. We done fuck before, and I think you know. Said she wasn't at home, gone, you didn't even go. No, said she had to work, no, she ain't even go. No, bitches like my smile, why? When I smile it glow, and they like my style, why? Cause I stop for show, no, they want me trying to keep me on the low. I'ma fuck you like I want you in the
a bitch, I got the go. And bitch, it be on me cause I'm finna blow. I went to Atlanta, they was tryna go. I went to Columbus, Georgia, did a show. And they was looking soon as I hit the door. I had the cater fucking with some hoes. I down there shot some niggas at the store. Went to be live and I showed them my flow. And I made a run on them up the top floor. Go, go, money on my line, so I gotta go, go. Soon as it's my time, then I'm out the door. Don't care what they say, cause I'm finna blow. She asked me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go, go, stay on go, go, stay on go, go. They ask me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go, go, stay on go, go, stay on go, go. Ask me where I stay, bitch, I stay on go.
Shout out to everybody.
DJ Whaaaat. Go. Testing.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Mic check.
Yeah, it's going down. Let me mute my mic real quick. We get you right real quick here. There you go.
Cut. Let's go. DJ Whaaaat. Hey man, peace to all American Aborigines, man. Let's go, man. We're in the building, man. Cut, you going in, man. I didn't want to come on the panel. Join the mix, man. He going in. Real talk, man. Cut, the best to do it, y'all. Hey, man, shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Do us a favor, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. While you at it, man. Press go if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history. And put a number one beside that because you're truly number one, man. What's up, Cut? What it do, brother?
Man, I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well.
How you feeling?
Okay, y'all.
Oh, you gotta cut the mic off?
Yeah, I gotta get it together. I did a different setup, but it's all good, man. I'm feeling well, man. I'm feeling well, brother. For real.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. It's Sunday, right? Sunday, man. Peace, everybody, man. Shout out to Reginald Jones, man, supporting the Only Builders, man. Supporting the channel, man. Supporting the real. Appreciate everybody, man, that's support DJ Whaaaat and myself, man. And y'all support the whole Aboriginal community, man. We definitely appreciate that. It's a lot going on, man, y'all. Which is good. It's a good thing, I think. You know what I'm saying. You guys, there's no movement is, you know what I'm saying, going backwards. So, as long as there's some movement going, man. So, and growth hurts, man. So, y'all just seeing a lot of growing pains, man. So, shout out to everybody, man, that's growing, man. And that's what it's about, man. Don't stay stagnant as you're going backwards, man. Going nowhere fast, you know what I mean? So, that's what we're on, because the world is definitely moving forward. And like I said, we got to stop playing catch up. That's what we're doing, playing a lot of catch up. Yeah, man. I heard Bro Sanchez was, in this segment right here, Bro Sanchez said, "What?" You know what I mean? So, what? Yeah. So I haven't seen this, you guys. A lot of people was hitting me up while I was live, and I was busy, you guys. Shout out to all the Only Builders out there, man. And so, it's a lot of people have been saying that, of something I might need to watch. So I'm gonna definitely get into that tonight and get a reaction from that. It's open smoke, so everybody tag Bro Sanchez in this, and Professor James Smalls, Sinetta. We want to talk to someone. Take us to your leaders. You know what I'm saying? So we need to talk to their leaders, man. We got to see what's going on, man. Got a few questions. So it's not really up for debate who we are. They can debate whoever they want to be. You know what I'm saying? But as who we are is not up for debate. You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody, man, that do this work. Shout out to everybody, man, that share this, man. Thank you guys for sharing this on your phone, share this on your social media platforms, man. Hey, make sure y'all tag us in it. You know what I mean? We really appreciate it, man. Shout out to all the artists, man, that work with, that send us your music, everything, man. We definitely appreciate you guys, man. Shout out to Mocan, Multimedia. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tap in, man. Shout out to Boogie, man. Y'all need some production, audio visual production, man. Any multimedia production, man. Tap in, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Cut. We got a lot of stuff going on, man. Then we're gonna pull up the flyer a little later.
Yeah.
City Man Cook. I mean, like I said, y'all, we got a lot going on, man, this summer, y'all. Probably tomorrow night, man, we're gonna start Untamed at night, you guys. So it's gonna be Untamed Aboriginal Information at night, man, hosted by yours truly, man. So that's gonna be overnight, man. Y'all be able to look out for that. Probably gonna start that tomorrow night. We got a lot of stuff coming, man. Y'all know the morning show. Got a lot of stuff going on in the mornings, y'all. Y'all morning coffee and tea, whatever on y'all morning commute, stuff like that, man. The morning mix and mayhem and geopolitical news and all this good stuff, man. So sports news and all that type of stuff, man. So shout out to Cut, man. Shout out to everybody else, man, out there, man. Like I said, man, doing sincere work. Hey, definitely salute you guys, man. A big revolutionary salute to you guys, man. Like I said, we're gonna keep pushing, man. Real talk. Let's keep pushing. Cut. What up, though?
Over here getting this video together. How you sound now? No echo?
Mic check, mic check. Oh, well.
Good.
Yeah, we in here, man. So, yeah, man. Like I said, you guys, we're gonna get into this check this bro Sanchez video out. What else we got going on? Like I said, man, you know, y'all know Sanchez, man. Tag him in this, man. Let him know we reacting to this video. Y'all see it, man. Flat slave power. So you know, put that in the title, man. Yeah, man. So we grinding, y'all. So hey, Cut. You got anything else you want to say, man?
Man, not really, man. I'm over here. I'm getting it together as we speak. Yanking him down.
Yeah, that's what's up.
As we speak. No interruptions. There it is.
So yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We're gonna get into a few. You know, we're gonna get into some information. But like I said, I'm gonna see what he's talking about. Again. Correct. What you talking about? Shout out to Bro Sanchez. Black slave power. Hey, man, who we got in the building, man? We shout y'all out real fast. I'll be doing this. Go to the top, man.
Oh yeah, we ready now, son. We are
got it, Cut
now, son.
Yeah, we might have to be moving around a little bit on the video, man. I don't know if we're gonna watch the whole thing, man. I see Georgia Peach in the building.
That shit is
Peach is in the building. Sister Betty is tapped in. Yezel. What's we got in here? Talk Your Talk Media. Greedy in the building.
Greedy is in the building.
Ghetto Child Clinic.
That's right.
Juan, the Truth Torres is tapped in. E Mills T. E Mills, what up, though? A Ducal is tapped in. Juice. What's we got in the building? Reginald Jones is tapped in. Yeah, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Do us a favor, man. Like I said, man, let's get those likes up. I see Jan Renee in the building. Peace, Empress.
Shut up.
Old dude tapped in. M. Brown, Chief Jonesy. I want to say appreciate all you guys being tapped in, man. Real talk. Hey, like I said, do us a favor, man. Share this with somebody, man. We're gonna get into some information tonight. But y'all never know what y'all gonna see up here, man. Like I said, sometimes a lot of this stuff is spontaneous, man. So y'all seeing the best to do it, man. Cut is doing this thing, man. If y'all don't, sheesh, live mixing, man. it's spontaneous, man. So it's real, it's super dope, super talented, man. So like, y'all was here to see that, man. So salute to y'all, man. Real talk. Y'all's kids is tapped in. Peace to the guys, man. Original Skywalker is tapped in. So let's go. Yeah, man. Let's get to this, man. Hey, man. Like I said, man. Shout out to Bro Sanchez, man. Hey, but that's why we do this work, man. You know. So, hey, I think I need to get in the chat.
You said what?
I might need to get in the chat room and watch this one, man. So I'll be watching you guys take those. Shout out to
Yeah, let's
I'll be
skip
right
on
back.
through here. Let's skip on through here. Skip on through here.
Wow.
Let me get this worked out real quick. Get the sound together. Get the sound together. Yeah, because Sanchez, we don't want to play that music. Yeah, there he goes. There you go. All right, let me see if I can make this a little smaller in here real quick. See if I can make this a little smaller. There we go. Let's go to display. I should have been ready for this, but I wasn't ready. I was doing some other stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's it. Should be him right there. Hope that's a little small, isn't it? Let's get him like that. There we go. A little smaller than that. We'll go there. There we go. No, that ain't it. That ain't it. Yep, that's him. Fuck it. We'll go from there. Here we go.
We are now letting the people onto the call. And we will be opening up these calls after this last announcement. I just wanted to let you guys know that you can show your support by grabbing our gear and merchandise. We got quality apparel, cool accessories, and it's some for everybody. So check out our website, or you can get in the video description and check out our gear selection. Go to the website, click on gear and merchandise, and check us out. Salutes to everybody on the call. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Salute.
It's all good, broski. What's the word?
I can't call it, man. I just got news that the Jamie Foxx situation with said that he had a stroke and that he's or what he bro say he had an aneurysm and a stroke. Dang. And said that he's paralyzed and blind.
Damn.
I wonder did he
I
rub
hear
the
that.
wrong way?
Yeah, I think that's crazy, man, that a lot of times it's weird when people play certain roles.
I do see you, sis.
I don't know how, that's just crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I ain't saying shit. I'm just saying shit just be weird, bro. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird as fuck.
Said Jamie Foxx had a
cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I ain't know about the eye shit and all of that, though. The blindness and all of that. That shit, that's second news to me.
Yeah, he blind in one eye and on one side of his body. He was talking about he was on
y'all
playing
in the
pickleball.
People in the
Anyway,
chat
let's
talking
get
about it's
past
the
it.
JAB, but I ain't finna even get into that. I can't even tell you, man. Like I could go. You know, I'm a 10-4 hatter. Another tax bracket. Look at them predicament today. People, just like they say with us, we're monkey people and flinch cause the truth hurts. Get over it. That's listening to me right now talking about that your family wasn't a slave. They was already here. And then
live the other day, questioning
Here we
anybody
go.
that was questioning the slave trade. I think the video was titled, "If the slave trade didn't happen, what about these whips on his brother back?" And on a thumbnail of that titled video, he had the dude that was sitting down with the whips on his back. Y'all know that popular picture, right? So,
exactly.
you know, I'm not trying to put nothing on you, bro, Sanchez. I didn't watch the full video, but if you believe the slave trade happened and you believe that we were slaves and shit, I would like for you to come up in here and explain that to us, you know, humbly speaking. And with that, I relinquish the motherfucking mic. Salute to the people.
As far as slavery is concerned,
Hold on. Everybody stay muted right there. I want to get to everybody fresh on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the panel. King Cash, please don't come off the mic when somebody done speaking. You're gonna be the last one to speak. Respect. This is an Aboriginal bias panel, okay? American Indian panel, okay? I want to make that clear. It's very biased. You can be last, but when we get into the discussion, we on your ass. Brother Top Cat, what's going on? You got the flow, brother.
Peace. What's up with it? Peace to everybody in the building. I want to say this here. I had pulled up over there to that Sanchez bill. They was beating up niggas who was like riding with that slave trade story. So they wasn't on no bullshit. They was actually whooping them niggas over there.
Yeah, but, I was gonna say that. I know bro Sanchez where he stand with it.
But I wanted to say this, man. Tell me why Chris Harris and Sinetta was live today, man. Going in on you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, man. I was just looking at it. They sent it to me on my IG.
I sent it late. That's why I was gonna go in. I was like, man, this
guy on the pounder, and he say Ab TV gonna come over there tomorrow, and he got a few niggas gonna run a fade with him.
I think
and he said you set up for Saturday.
Yeah. I told him I want to talk to Shaka or somebody like Jabari.
Yeah, he said he ain't gonna do Shaka. I don't think Shaka doing that now. They trying to get you and Chris Harris. You know Chris Harris is Jabari little minion. He like his little understudy. But yeah, so that's why they trying to get him out there. He's champion though.
They trying to throw the little minion in before I get to Jabari. I see what they do.
Right. They ain't gonna. I don't think Jabari do it. I think that's how they gonna do it. Like, see how you do against Chris, and then Jabari will take the fade.
I think we're gonna see what my brother's gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Al TV. I know he's looking to get into the ring, and I just been spanking niggas. I'm on a Javante Davis run. You gotta win a little. You gotta put some wins up there before you come talk to me. You see what I'm saying? So we looking to spank up on Jabari. So we're gonna see what they do to Chris Harris, which I already know what they're gonna do to him. It's gonna be easy. We're gonna get him out of here. So yeah, that's nothing, man. These guys are little dudes, man. We just seen what Ump got done in his last debate. Shout out to bro Sanchez. With this last debate, spoken up on Ump over there.
Yeah, they beat up some Aboriginals though. Unc and Dr. Whaaaat. Y'all, you seen that one?
No, I didn't.
That was yesterday.
Damn,
man, that shit looked bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Where? Man, I can't wait to see that, bro.
Yeah, that was on Dr. Whaaaat channel.
Yeah, I ain't like that shit, bro. It was a few niggas, they rolled them up, bro. Made them pack it up.
Was it some brothers you know that got channels?
I never heard of them.
It was just one nigga.
Why they beat them up? They always get the weak ones that don't know everything.
Well, we ain't gonna say weak. We'll just say the ones that ain't that ain't as seasoned.
It was all over the place, man.
I saw that. One thing about it, man, you can't really be going over to these platforms thinking you're gonna get treated fair and shit like that. I stopped doing it. I like the debate, but when you get over there, they gonna mute your mic. They gonna fucking overtalk. You ain't gonna. It's gonna be tough, you know. But I came up here to say, man, yeah, I'm not with the transatlantic slave trade at all. What I was making an argument was you got a lot of confusion going on because people saying the slave trade didn't exist. Some other group muddied the waters. Now, we all know the transatlantic slave trade did not exist. We know that. But some people, you know, if you pass some truth down to 100 people, when it get to that 100 person, it's going to be something different. So what you will hear is a lot of people saying slavery didn't exist. Slavery wasn't real. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all taking the Aboriginal shit and running with it. I don't hear no Aboriginal saying slavery didn't exist. I hear Aboriginals saying the transatlantic slave trade was bullshit. Slavery existed. The slaves just didn't come from Africa. They was already here. And then you got a group of conservatives saying, what, you know what? Slavery didn't exist. Even Jesse Lee Peterson. So that'll tell you, look, man, slavery was a hoax. It wasn't no slavery, but they're mixing. The reason I always bring up Jesse Lee Peterson is because he's from Alabama, where slavery was. And he said that he's an older cat that said he was actually living back during those times. So I would even debate him, and that's a bold stance for me to take because I wasn't born back then. You know, I am from Alabama, but he's saying one thing, but a lot of more older folks who born in Alabama that's older than him or around his age, right? They saying another thing. So who right, who wrong? Thing that with haters, thing that trade didn't exist, and it's making that with haters, slave trade didn't exist, and it's making looking like everybody's saying slavery didn't exist when that's not what the Aboriginals was saying. You see what I'm saying?
I think that goes to like what happened last night with the homie on Dr. Whaaaat channel. It's like too many people, you know, people have their own way of doing it, and then they'll put an Aboriginal title on it. And so anybody they encounter, the next Aboriginal they encounter, they gonna feel like they are tied to that same doctrine or belief or thought. So I think that is an issue that needs to be fixed.
May I? Go ahead. Yep, sister, I go after you.
Okay, I just wanted to say that the only thing that we're saying, those that I know who I'm talking about, who know who they is, we're only saying that we was not slaves. We're not saying.
Okay, so check this out, right? If you got a social security number right now, you and your goddamn family was slaves. Let me see. I just want to address what she just said, because you got a group of people out there saying, listen, we wasn't slaves. Not everybody was slaves. Guess what, man? If your family isn't a quote unquote royal family, then guess what? Your ass is a slave. How the hell your family wasn't slaves and we got B-list, C-list, and D-list, A-list celebrities who still considered slaves? Did you hear me? You got folks who worth millions of dollars and folks who worth trillions, and in another tax bracket look at them like they broke peasant slaves. You living paycheck to paycheck saying you ain't a slave. If you a slave today, it's a result of you being a slave back then. You can't be broke as hell today with no royalty telling me that you descend from a lineage of kings and queens. Bullshit. If you did, you will have something to show for it today. You know what it's called? Two words: generational wealth. Y'all are delusional, and I'll debate anybody that's talking about, well, I wasn't a slave, y'all. Everybody wasn't slave. Your ass was a motherfucking slave. If you own this bitch talking to me and you're a regular motherfucker like me, nigga, you a slave. The people who goddamn it ain't slaves are considered royal motherfucking families. Guess what? I bet you can't walk up to a Rockefeller or a Rothschild motherfucking say, show me your ID and social security number. Yeah, go ask motherfucking Queen Elizabeth for her social security number like a fool and see if she got it. You're a slave. You just don't want to admit to it. Any Negro that's listening to me right now talking about that your family wasn't a slave, come on, I'm gonna clown you and debate you today. Y'all ass was slaves. Y'all ass was slaves. Y'all ass was slaves. Yep. And you know what they like to say? Self-hate. You know that's self-hate. You a victim, Sanchez. You damn right. You're a victim. You're a victim of colonialism. You're like you can make me not be scared to tell. Like I'm gonna be scared to tell the truth. That's what they do. They say, you know what? Because of how you talking, Sanchez, you sound like a victim. Maybe because we all sound like a victim. Maybe because we all sound like a victim. Maybe because we all are victims of fucking colonialism. You sound like a victim. Maybe because we all are victims of fucking colonialism. Well, I ain't no victim. The same people that say, well, I ain't no slave. Show me your ID and birth certificate and your damn social security number. That's your proofs of purchase.
Hey, shout out. I see you, Pat. I see you, Lolita. Von.
And nobody else wasn't slaves. We not saying.
That's why we can't get free. You know what they said, and I ain't about Harriet Tubman, and I ain't saying she was a real figure. I'm just bringing up the story. She could have freed most slaves if they only knew that they was fucking slaves. Now, whether that story is true or not, I find myself in that predicament today where people can't goddamn free themselves because they don't know they in bondage. Let's go.
And none of that happened to you, Cass, and you over there with your slavery book. We're not saying it didn't happen to y'all.
You see her? And you over there with your slavery book. We not saying it didn't happen to y'all. Y'all. We saying it didn't happen to us. Now think about this, right? You got a whole group of women out there that's standing. Whole group of women out there that's standing up. Whole group of women out there that's standing up for grape culture. If the woman been touched against her will, you know the R word that we can't really say if she been raped, right? So my thing is this right here. You got movements and women advocating behind that kind of stuff. Now show me the group of women that's following their ass around saying, we didn't get raped. We just want to let everybody know we didn't get raped. Do you see that? Like you got women every year that put pink on and they advocate for breast cancer. And most of them women in the parade that's walking, they are victims of breast cancer. But guess what? I don't see a bunch of women following them around saying, we just want to let y'all know we don't have breast cancer. They got it, but we don't. Only when it comes to slavery. When a group of people say, look, man, we're descendants of slaves, you got another group of people following them around, another group of black folks saying, well, we just want to let y'all know we ain't slaves. Bitch, nobody talking to y'all then. If you were a real non-slave family like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, they don't got to go around and tell a motherfucker, look, we want to let you know that we the Rockefellers and we ain't descend from no slaves. Only a slave would say the shit you saying. Think about that. Like, think about this shit, right? You got a group of people going around saying, look, we're descendants of slaves. And you got a whole nother group of people that look like them following them around and that gotta let it be known, and we're not. We ain't slaves. What would be the point of that? You could, if it's by default, if you ain't a slave, you just shut the fuck up and continue on with your royal ass. with your king and queen ass, your non-slave kingdom having ass. Then let the slaves go tell everybody they slaves then and lead them up. Why you got to follow them around and say, well, I ain't a slave, I'm a king. King. I'm a queen. You a damn slave that's among slaves, and you in denial and you fucking up our damn movement. That's the truth about it.
Relish in your slavery. But though you can't make me be happy with that shit. That's how that go.
And ain't nobody happy with slavery, but we damn sure ain't in denial and delusional about it. You know what I don't get right? That our ancestors actually went through slavery and kept their head up and endured some shit that we didn't have to go through today on a physical level. Only thing we got to go to today is to remember what they went through, and we acting like that's so fucking hard to do when nobody never hung your ass and beat your ass. Just by me acknowledging the fact that this happened to my ancestors, that's making y'all black people mad. Well, that didn't happen to me. Well, everybody ain't no slaves. You can go over there with your little slave book. And I don't want to be feeling bad and sad. So you and your feelings then. I don't care if the truth make you feel a certain way. People were lynched and beat and enslaved and owned as property. The fuck are y'all talking about? You're not gonna make me be in denial because the truth hurts. Get over it. Get over it. Get over it. Get over it. Like I'm gonna lie with all of y'all like these atrocities didn't happen to my people just cause it make you feel some kind of way. When you ain't the motherfucker that had to get beat down in the street and lynched and burnt alive at the goddamn stake. All you got to do is acknowledge that it happened to your ancestors. How hard is that? They literally went through the shit. Weak motherfuckers, let's go.
A lot of people's genealogy is contradicting the slavery story. Not saying that it ain't happened, or what we can get into is maybe a more complex system that they add in this slave title onto, right? Which we can get into that as well. But we know under this whole system, niggas was in charge. Can we confirm niggas was in charge?
If a nigga tell me to show proof of slavery, I'ma tell his dumb ass to go peep the generational wealth gap. He don't study economics. Don't you know that 1% of the entire world own 90% of the wealth, you dummy? And you said show proof of slavery. When that 1% that own most of the world's wealth, you can trace their fucking history back where they own people as property, and they had a head start with an institution that was built on committing crimes against humanity. You can go and read the history and go down the roots and lineage of these royal families and some of these corporations and companies that's ruling the world today, and see what they had a part in: slavery and crimes against humanity and war crimes. And you talking about some show you proof when they still fucking doing it today. Today.
Prior to to the slave trade. Can we confirm that from some of the brothers on the panel?
When this discussion of I'm not taking no shots at nobody, man, in particular. I fucking shoot in the crowd. So quit with all that bullshit in the chat room. He taking shots at Dane Calloway or shots at this one and that one. I'm a blind nigga. I aim at the crowd with my eyes closed. And whoever get hit, get hit. That's how I do it.
Slavery that comes up. Here's the predicament. First and foremost, all human interaction had some either captivity, incarceration, or whether you use the word enslavement. All wars had slavery as a punishment or restitution as process. As a matter of fact, if you go and research the Holy Roman Universal Catholic Church, post-millennium talks about how slavery is enacted and what should be the treatment. When we want to go biblical, we already know slave conditions as a time period. It's only 7 years. Here's the problem. I get sick and tired of listening to ignorance being
and to be honest with you, let me aim at Dane Calloway like I'm scared or something. Let me just say this, because you niggas act like I can't disagree with a nigga. Shots out to Dane Calloway. If he's saying slavery didn't exist, he's wrong. And I'll debate him on it. And I ain't got no beef with Dane Calloway. But I will say this, a lot of niggas that say slavery didn't exist ain't from the states where slavery took place at. They be from New York, Baltimore, D.C., way up north niggas talking about Southern history. I'm from the South, and I ain't gonna be standing up defending, like I said, they like to say with the Aboriginals, we say our grandma a lot. Guess what, y'all? On everybody who say that, don't they understand that that's tribal tradition? That your tribe's history was orally passed down through an oracle. Why you think they call the old lady an oracle? They orally told you who you were, and it was passed down for generation after generation. We didn't have a written history. Our written history is when they gave us the false identity and reclassified us in that written history. We didn't write our history. It was orally told, like the Dogon tribe, like all the other tribes out there. Show me their written history. Anything you see written about these tribes will be a part of Manifest Destiny, where they written into some colonialized literature with a false identity and ways to show how their land was taken. I've already done the research. If you look up anything the Westerners saying about the history of the Dogon, is spookism and fish people and mermaid people, just like they say with us, we're monkey people and Flintstone people, and they making fun of everybody's ancestors, saying that your ancestors were monkey men, fish men, if you the Dogon, no more motherfuckers and shit. And if you think about it, the Dogon ain't saying that about their ancestors and all that. That's what I'm saying. They got an oral tradition that they pass down, and they also have symbols to support that. And if you can't connect with it, you ain't in on it. Those Western anthropologists, they never come and give you the truth from what these tribes is saying about their own history. They give you a written, translated, watered down form, and y'all know that. So they did that with us too.
Repeated. The Aboriginal woman here is being called an African. They are being told they give birth to slaves. We've gone through this, right, Chief Mornington?
See, this brother that's talking right now, his mistake that he's making is he's making the word slave synonymous with the word African. That ain't my problem. And anybody doing that, I can't help you. That ain't my problem. All right? When I acknowledge that slavery existed, and that my people were slaves. I'm not saying that they were Africans. That's what he's saying. He's saying if I'm gonna claim this and that my people were slaves, I'm not saying that they were Africans and that my people were slaves. I'm not saying that they were Africans. That's what he's saying. He's saying if I'm gonna claim descendant of slave, then I'm also claiming descendant of Africa. And I don't know why we can't separate those.
The document is the so-called dumb diversus that created the agenda of the doctrine of discovery. And in that document, giving authorization to West European monarchies to traverse the earth, transplant their squatters, displace Aboriginal populations, lie, call them savage, barbarians, and then convert to Christianity or die. Then during this process, under the doctrine of discovery, they were to create those Saracens, which is referring to the Moors and the Muslims, infidels and unbelievers into perpetual servitude. Now, whether we call that chattel slavery, what I would suggest to you is they perfected it in America and then tried to continue the transporting it worldwide. But they are trying to convince the niggas in America that they are now Africans, and Africans.
Right. They're trying to convince us that we're that. Right. They're trying to convince us. Right. That we're Africans. Right. They're trying to convince us that we're Africans who are non-slaves. They have always tried to convince us to identify as our oppressor. When we say that we are king and queen, when we say that we are king and queen, when we say that we are king and queens, that's what the people that tortured us and ruled over us was called. We wasn't king. We didn't descend from king ruled over. We descended from people who hated kings and queens. Now check this out, right? They always want you to identify with your oppressor. So now what do they want you to be? An African who's a non-slave. Guess what? That's your oppressor. Them damn, the homie motherfuckers. That's them Africans that they talking about. We are Africans that was brought over here on a slave ship. No, Africans came over here on ships and enslaved us on our own land. Facts. Enslaved us on our own land.
What up, Truth? I see my guy.
Salute. I'm listening.
I hope you're doing well, my brother. I hope everybody's doing well, man.
Yeah, blessings, man. Sorry to the family, man. Y'all already know.
You already know. Here we go.
And enslaved us on our own land. Facts. Africans claim, like we said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. What that means is that we was already over here in Plymouth. And what we call in Plymouth, but we didn't call it Plymouth. This is Englishman term. This is the Pilgrim's terminology. Plymouth Rock landing on us. Us mean foreigners landed on our land with their Plymouth culture, colonialization and colonial culture, and indoctrinated us with their mindset. They hated us, now we hate us. They called themselves Christians, now we call ourselves Christian. We basically assume the identity of our oppressor. And that's what he's saying right here. And he think that when I call myself a slave, I'm just acknowledging a war crime that was committed against my ancestors. And as a result of that past war crime, my people at the bottom of the economic totem pole today. See, when y'all say that black people built this country, my question to you is, what the fuck do you got to show for it? Mr. I'm not a slave. You built this bitch for free and you think that ain't slavery?
Stupid.
These same folks that say that they ain't slaves and they don't come from slaves, they'll still turn around and say black people built this country. But what you got to show for it, Mr. Ain't a Slave? What you think, if you built this shit for free, that's called slavery? And the people you built it for didn't pay your ass, but they benefited everything. They at the top of everything and you at the bottom and you built this bitch? You can't say that and still say, well, I'm not a slave. But I built this bitch and ain't got nothing to show for it. I got you, man. I got y'all.
Deserve to be enslaved forever. Now, I may be in error here. I'm just trying to draw the context. When we allowing that to be attached to us,
Alabama, oh, I already know you chomping at the bit.
I'm cut. You're killing them. But can we take some of these points by point first? Because it's dismaying. I'm not saying you intended to do anything. You mix mastering like a motherfucker. Okay. Can we just focus on some bullet points for a second? This is where people talk out of both sides of their neck. You know, you need to get that cameo, man, because they're talking out of his neck. Now, you heard the last thing that you just played, ironically. He made a reference to a prisoner of war and slavery in the same sentence. You want to square this circle, brother?
What do you mean?
He's trying to hold to a slave existence while professing to be a prisoner of war. You did hear me explain that that could be a part of warfare. A person who is taken as a prisoner of war may go through enslavement as a temporary condition, a temporary period of time, a transitional circumstance, if you will.
All right.
But he's trying to hold to, we've been enslaved for centuries. So now, are we at war or are we not? And when was the war declared? And when was there the cessation of hostilities, which would come to culminating in a peace treaty? Do you feel where a lot of this is confusing when people really don't focus and pay time to pay attention? Next, he said another specious statement about, well, nigga, you saying you ain't a slave and you built this shit for free. We didn't build anything for someone else if we already had our shit. Does that make sense, Cuddy?
That makes perfect sense, my brother.
What part is he saying that we built for these absquatulating cracker motherfuckers? Or did they invade us and take over existing structures, building civilizations, turn forts into encampments? Because they didn't build shit. So who built what and when? And I don't think slaves built that if you were here on your own property. Are you a slave building your own shit? You got another bullet point you want to chop off for a minute, Cut? Because, you know, Sanchez can go and be a blowhard on his platform. That's fine. But remember, the problem with people who keep arguing what they're arguing from within the matrix. Who built and designed the matrix? Since he used the phrase Oracle. Do you remember the Oracle in the movie The Matrix?
Yeah, I do. I see Bobo. I see Zay. Oh, shit. The shit show.
So then when we continue to have this confused argument and debate over whether we were a slave, are a slave, were enslaved, are now employees, which is it for you, Cuddy?
I'm definitely not an employee. I know that much.
You're an entrepreneur. They like to put the term self-employed on you. They still slap that employee shit on you.
Yeah, they definitely.
You put some paper. You put some paperwork in. You put a 1099. You put whatever kind of IRS government form. That's the type of argument this nigga wants to make on you. You follow me?
That's right.
Now, are you enslaved because you're existing and interacting in the current contemporary American form? Well, the United States government actually is operating its form of capitalism. We got to stop letting people take American and stamp it on shit. You feel me? Because you know why I say there can only be one. Now, this American shit we letting people get away with, they doing their criminal activity and marketing and shit in our identity. Okay? So if you have family land that has been in your hands uninterrupted, including through going however far back you can go before the Indian Removal Act, are you a slave, a product of enslavement, or are you a person who has legacy? So you got an eye on your knee? And why do these people keep making arguments that are supposed to be all encompassing and including all people they want to call niggas? Now, by the way, you calling a person a nigga, the first product made in capitalism in this criminal enterprise was to turn a person, aboriginal inhabitant of this land, into property. That's where they made a nigga. And he very frequently, flamboyantly, throws that term around. So I guess he is their slave, is he not? Is this mic on?
It's
Nah,
you.
you in your bag. That's just fine. Hell yeah, ain't nobody gonna say nothing after that.
I'm just trying to understand not so much his arguments are specious, Cuddy. What is the intention? If you're going to argue reparations, can I bring this back to the slow bus and the people in the peanut gallery? Reparations that they use as two examples, the Japanese Americans and the Ish supposed Holocaust, are they not restitution, remunerations for warfare policy? Can we agree on something tonight, Cuddy? And they claim they confiscated businesses and property of the Japanese Americans that they put into internment camps. They claim they killed off and exterminated the Ish population after their ghettos were encroached on and their businesses were crashed on. You familiar with Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass in Nazi Germany, Cuddy?
Nah, I don't remember none of that.
That's what they triggered to go into their version of what pogrom. Remember we went over the word pogrom or pogroms and how the Ish population was rejected and kicked out of all the nations
A
in
lot
Europe.
of countries over there, no doubt. I remember that.
Okay, so then the German final solution was the most horrific example of squabbling amongst cousins. Because aren't the Ish Germans, and weren't they members of the German populace? The way they identified them, they put a yellow Star of David on them. So in other words, you didn't know who a Jew was. That's kind of like today. Do you know who they are today? If they don't identify themselves? Oh, unless they're the handler for Ye. You remember that Canadian motherfucker that worked with Mossad that had Ye put into a mental institution? Did you remember that part of it?
Yeah.
You remember that part of his rant?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So if you are arguing for slavery, and I'm not disputing whether or not horrific conditions have happened to the Aboriginal people of this land, that does not presume that it was all attached to slavery. Was Jim Crow a part of slavery, Cuddy? Were the towns that were burned down in Reconstruction and after the so-called Civil War, was that slavery?
Hey, hold up, Alabama. Hold on one second. Hey, Zay, man. Hey, go on over there and send him an invite. You know what I'm saying? Do something, man. I mean, I don't have a contact for the brother, but if he got time to slide through, he can come on in. No doubt about it, Zay. You know that, my brother. Shout out Roxanne and Juice, man. I see y'all. Smoke, I see you.
Hey, but dig this though. The question I'm like to me, I believe slavery happened in a minute state, such as like maybe 10 years of it. And I believe it had nothing to do with us. I believe we participated. And I believe this is where you get in this false African slave trade. I believe just like they shipping people over here now, they ship some Africans over here and we put their ass to work. Now they want to say we're from Africa also and we was put to work. No, we was not put to work. We owned the land and they worked the land. And this is where it get twisted. So you had that it existed for about 10, 15 years, but we talking 1,000 years of history. That little minute time that they're talking about, if that's the case, 200 years from now, everybody that worked in a warehouse would be considered a slave when they look back at the wages. They be like, man, y'all was in there for 20 an hour all day. Y'all were slaves. The times changed. And people not understanding that part. But go ahead, y'all got it.
But Sir
You got
Drop,
it.
there was enslavement amongst the colonial imperialistic agenda from 1452, whether you agree of dumb diversus and doctrine of discovery existing or not. But the issue is, these were melanated people doing that between African Moors and Negropeans. Do you understand what I'm saying, Cuddy? Now, where did they get these pale-skinned Slavs from? Because anytime you look it up and you research Slav, they as a people were created for slavery.
As a people.
Now, that's two different things. To keep projecting upon our people, slavery is the issue I keep stressing. Now, since he wants to kind of try to use my words for whatever he's got going over there for his hustle, let me again focus on the facts of the document that whether we agree or believe it or not, the Pope is backing off of that document. What does that tell you alone on that statement, Cuddy? The fact that he feels the need,
walking.
the fact that he needs to denouncement means it exists in some form or fashion, right?
Right.
In that document, it said perpetual servitude. The African connection, because we are not African, knucklehead, whoever it is that keeps repeating this stuff, to try to continue to attach out of Africa theories or African descendants to the people of this land is a part of the fraud. And the intentions between the European conquerors and the Africans they had beef with was to make them perpetual slaves. You're familiar with Taj Tariq Bey, right?
Yeah, Mr. Good here.
Now, you have seen him study or teach on the 20 sections of the 13th Amendment, right?
Right.
You're familiar with that.
Right.
In the 12th section, it says, no one of African descent shall ever be citizens, Cuddy, in this experiment called the United States government. Does that sound like a beef to you?
That was a key right there.
Now, why do you think they made a specific, and this was in the 13th Amendment, the so-called slave amendments, Cuddy? So they are saying the African and those of African descendants, that means until today, even these fresh off the boat, Akata motherfuckers, shall never be citizens of the United States government. So who were the slaves that were being freed by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment?
Let me ask you this, and I'm convinced if you can answer this question, bro. Hold on right quick. I'm gonna ask him one question and then you can go in. If you can answer this question, I'm all on board. Listen, bro. I'm all on board if you can answer this question. What was the war with the North and South about? If it wasn't about slavery,
It depends
or it
on
never,
which side you're referring to. From the South, they refer to it as the War of Northern Aggression. And out of the mouth of Abraham Lincoln, and this is what Chief Alligator was sharing, Cuddy, recently, that there is no declaration of war from the northern states against the southern states inside the federal government. They said the Confederate States were in rebellion. So Jefferson Davis, and I'm still waiting for somebody to show me who elected him president. This nigga, who was white nigga, by the way, or mulatto, who was elected to Congress, either in the House or the Senate, went to South Carolina and made himself president of the Confederate States of America. Is that treason and or sedition, Cuddy?
I don't know.
Well, you only have one
Yeah, but
authorized
what was it
Hey,
over
can I
though?
ask a question?
is
Hey,
the
listen,
Constitution.
Hey,
even if it wasn't a war or none
Hey,
of that, what was all that about? Man,
drop.
I'm answering the fucking question, dude.
yeah, you finna run
Never
off with the
mind,
slow
y'all got
talk.
it, bro.
No,
Yeah,
drop,
never
Listen,
mind. Y'all
listen,
got it.
No, man.
listen to me,
Never
Yeah,
drop.
because
mind.
that was weird.
Never
Me
mind.
and
Y'all
dude was
got it.
building, man. We got to talking
Let me talk
about
to you real quick.
Abraham. We got some facts out of it.
Drop.
And then I'm asking
Listen,
him, what was that over? Listen to what, Cuddy?
all I'm saying is, see if you can go in another room because the background noise is.
Oh, okay, I got you. My bad.
That's all,
Sorry
my
about
brother.
that. Y'all
That's
got it.
all, drop.
Yeah,
But
you
Cuddy,
always call in with the bogus mic. Hey, can I say something real quick to you, Alabama?
Bobby Knight,
Look,
throw the chair on the floor.
Yo, peace to
let's
the
get it.
panel too. Peace to the panel.
Peace,
Yeah,
too. Peace,
and I'm coming
everybody.
in as the shit show
Be not nice.
supervisor,
The shit show
unbiased
supervisor.
contention.
What's
Yes,
up,
sir.
Knight?
Yes, sir. Now listen, this is my question. It seemed like to me it's a is more of a semantical argument than an actual situational argument. And I think that if y'all could actually get past the semantics, you will see that the standpoints actually line up more than they disagree. Now,
But Bobby, what's
hold
the
on,
difference between
hold on, Alabama, you gotta let me, respectfully, OG, you gotta let me flesh out my train of thought before I lose any points. Okay, so when speaking connotatively and denotatively, to say that we weren't slaves technically and connotatively, as far as paperwork and all that shit go, prisoner of war, or whatever type of indentured servitude you might want to attach to it, separate from the term slavery, which is actually etymologically attached to the Slavs, would be correct. But the act of being a slave or slavery has now denotatively just become a term that we use colloquially. And I think that when you call a person a slave, it's like calling a person like vandal. I've committed vandalism. You've probably done it, but you're not a vandal like a person that's from, you know what I mean, the actual group and
Vandals in
culture
Europe.
of vandals. Exactly. Barbarism. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be from Barbary to be a barbarian. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be you dig what I'm saying,
You talking
Alabama.
about
So I say,
linguistics, bro. You talking about
right, I
linguistics.
think y'all having a linguistic clash that's like really kind of unnecessary if y'all actually, because you just said yourself, Alabama, the actual situation could be looked at as slavery, but technically is not slavery. So because we not Slavs, which I get that, but as far as talking from the standpoint and in terms of the heinous things that was done, yeah, that shit happened. You dig what I'm saying? And if you want to call it
I'm not
slavery,
disputing that, Bobby.
right?
That's
But I'm saying today, if somebody were to call it slavery, speaking denotatively for the layman, you see what I mean? Because you got to get somebody. Hold on, Alabama, you got to get somebody in the restaurant first before you even get to telling them all the great things on the menu. That's what we saying. Sometimes sometimes fried chicken got to get you in the door before I get you to this good kale salad or whatever else I got to offer. You dig what I'm saying, man? So
I got you, Bubba. Let's deal with the abuses. Okay, let's deal with the abuses. First of all, to imply that people were lynched. Lynching did not happen during quote unquote the time period that we say is slavery, because again, a person wouldn't lynch their property. All right. The abuses of even the whipping, supposedly, like that keloid back photograph that Harvard makes millions of dollars off. Some are arguing that was an African that had not battle scars, but you know how they do those type of decorative type of remember Killmonger in Black Panther?
I got you, like
A
how the
rite of
alligator
passage.
tribe do over
A
there.
rite of
So
passage.
that people will do things to manipulate a circumstance for their ends. My issue is this, not about arguing over what is the word and the definition of slavery. The doctrine of discovery, the actual term and phrase is perpetual servitude. But the way that it was begun and being implemented here in supposedly the antebellum South, being referred to as chattel slavery, being born a slave is what is defined in the history of studying this institution called slavery to be the peculiar institution specific to the capitalism here in antebellum South. Now you get what I'm saying, Bobby? And see, we seem to blur the argument when we don't focus on, well, why is that peculiar about how the institution of slavery was implemented in antebellum Southern culture? You follow me? Next, the presumption is because we have a phenotype and something described as Negroid, that we are presumably Africans that were cargo transported here. Next,
I
the
don't think
presumption
nobody
is,
making that argument though.
not,
OG
not in this
Alabama.
community. I'm talking about people like Sanchez that are being witnessed, and
He ain't making that
Sarnetta
argument. Hold on,
and
wait a minute.
Jabari
Hold
and
on,
all these other
Alabama.
people.
OG, not to cut you. I've heard Sanchez speak a lot, and this ain't caping for the man. If he want to come up and cape for himself, but you'll have to find where he actually said that he believe in people getting put on boats being shipped over here. Because as far as
That
I've
is
ever
a
heard,
fine point, Bobby. That is
as
a
far
fine
as I've
point.
ever heard him speak, he ain't never said that that's true. He actually speak against that, and I like everybody speak against that. And the
Bobby, I
thing
got
about
you.
the
Even granting that, I'm saying you're not hearing what I'm saying.
Okay.
Even granting that statement that you just made, the institution of American chattel slavery is in record and in history studied to be peculiar because it is believed to be, since the end of the transatlantic slave trade in the document called the Constitution of 1808, that slaves were bred and you were born a slave. Now, do you hear what I'm saying? That ain't from Africa. You feel what I'm getting at now, Bobby? I see. This is what we have confusion
wait a
on
minute.
what the argument is.
Why do Africa keep getting brought into this? Because
No,
like
here's what I'm trying to say to you, Bobby. Regardless of when, if. No, hear what I'm saying, Bobby. Just listen, please, just for a moment.
I'm listening for a while.
Regardless of if or when Africans were transported, I'm saying the transatlantic slave trade was ended. And when it was ended, slaves were bred. Are you hearing what I'm saying now? And the argument is that American chattel slavery bred slaves from birth to death. And they're trying to implicate our Aboriginal women that they bore slaves. And if you underscore that with the doctrine of discovery, they were to be slaves forever. Now, do you hear what I'm saying, Bobby?
I got you.
That ain't got nothing to do with African origin of who the individuals were.
Who keeps saying that? Okay, but listen, this is what I'm saying. I never heard the man say nothing about we originate from Africa.
Stop bringing Sanchez.
I never said
hear what I'm saying, Bobby. Hear what I'm saying, though, Bobby.
That we don't understand.
No, hear what I'm saying, not what has been said. Hear what I'm saying now. You follow me? Damn Sanchez, Sarnetta, Jabari, or any other pan boo boo. Listen to what I'm saying right now. After the end of whatever transported slavery happened, slavery from that point forward was bred on American soil. Now, do you hear what I'm saying, Bobby?
But Alabama, I think this is where the respect level gonna have to come in at. In a form of higher learning, age has nothing to do with your level of comprehension or research. You're not teaching me at this point. Everything that you're telling me respectfully, I already know. So from a standpoint, when we on these panels, from a level of class of higher learning, I will hope moving forward the assumption will be that people already know, so we can get the less teaching and more building and moving forward what the fucking subject is. Because excuse my language, but hold on, listen to me, OG Alabama. I don't know of nobody that I partake in that believe in those stupid ass niggas getting shipped over here on those slave ships. You feel what I'm saying, man? If I could say that so eloquently, hoodly, we been stopped believing that bullshit dumbass story through common sense and logic. So to understand that a slave come from here, yeah, that's what we talking about. So if you saying that slaves was bred here, he's saying that slavery. That's why it seemed like y'all having a war of motherfucking of just like a conflict of the words where linguistics getting mixed up. Y'all saying the same thing. How is this getting?
I tell you this much though. It's still a lot of this video to go. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go.
A lot of people got a lot to say. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all figure that out. Smoke.
And before you do that, and it's one liner, Basically, you saying slavery existed. He's saying slavery existed. Y'all just saying it existed two different ways with three different stories. But it existed. But go ahead, Cuddy, you got it.
Hey, Drop, what you was over there playing spades or something, nigga?
No, I had this janky ass Bluetooth hooked up.
Oh
That's
man,
all that
y'all
shit
good.
was.
Y'all good. Y'all good.
Janky
But
phone,
but
janky
but
Bluetooth, janky wallet. It's a
janky
janky ass
diaper.
Man,
drop.
shut your bitch ass up and mute your mic,
Damn!
nigga. That's what you do.
That what you
You
all
you
drop?
you not
Man, I'm
gonna
about to
troll
call
me
your. I'm
today.
finna call
You
your
ain't gonna
auntie,
do
God,
it
nigga.
God,
today. Not
I'm
God, why
calling
you
today.
your
calling the
Not
bitch
auntie,
though,
today.
bro?
nigga.
Damn, man. You so
Not today, baby. I can tell you that right now. But go ahead, Cuddy. Y'all got it.
I'm about to call
Y'all
this
be
nigga
cool, man.
auntie
We
and
do
tell her
this
what he
all the
said to
time
me,
and shit.
man.
So
It's all love.
so cut.
Y'all got it.
So cut as you go back to the video. The problem that I think obviously I'm not making clear is what type of slavery we're talking about. Who is supposedly attached to, and the belief that it will continue to be attached to us going forward. Can we say that we're understanding? That's the point of why the doctrine of discovery is a damaging document, and the Pope is trying to get off this crime scene because they've tried to attach it to us partly by using an African mythology first, but secondly, when you look at the actual policy of how slavery was implemented after the end of the transatlantic slave trade, it was the breeding of slaves on American soil. Now, the question is, were they Aboriginal or were they continued Africans that have been transported here that are now being bred? You see?
Yeah, let's deal with
I
that
don't
after
think
the.
nobody who
Let's
asking that question.
no, let's deal
Do
with
we?
that.
Uh,
Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that after the fact. Let Sanchez elaborate on his position.
there you go.
Go ahead.
He's
Everything
been
got it.
tagged, so we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? King Cash, what you want? What you want to do,
Hold
man?
on. Can I say something, cut?
Oh my, yeah, most definitely,
Can
Troop.
I
I'm
say something?
sorry, I
No,
apologize.
it's good. No, I ain't know my phone was glitching. I mean, any African that did came over here, just like any American that did go over to Africa doing the ACS movement and shit, right? Are technically automatically by default those people now. Any African that came into America is technically an American. Nigga, we didn't assimilate into their culture, they assimilated into ours. And any motherfucking American that went over to Africa is technically now by default an African because they had to assimilate to their culture. They didn't assimilate to theirs. Now you'll find bits and pieces of mixture of cultures in there, but the predominant one is going to be whichever landmass you on. So even when motherfuckers talk about Africans came
Not
here,
necessary.
we wouldn't necessarily say that they didn't come here, but after so much time and who the fuck they eventually bred with, by default now they're an American. Not only by culture but by blood now. It's just like any American that went over to Africa after a certain amount of time, they're no longer an American. They're by default an African now, by culture and blood. Because they had to breed with somebody there. So, it's an assimilation and a bottleneck in the people. And that's one thing that's the one key piece that people miss about this colonial times and colonization. It was deliberate bottlenecking the people was deliberately done to take away ownership and heritage right. Because when you've been bottlenecked with this group of people, that group of people, you know, your blood ties is so mixed up and wish-washed that you don't even know who the fuck you is no more. And that was done deliberately. But I'll mute up right there. Y'all got it.
But truth, why is the tone of his conversation condemnatory to us as a people? And they feel the desperate need to attach the stigma of slavery and oh woe is us on us through
Who?
shame. I don't know, but go ahead, Cuddy. You got
Who
it with
who
the
you
beautiful,
who you talking about,
beautiful
Alabama?
bean footage. Well,
I
not
don't know.
just Sanchez that he's playing with this video, but I'm talking about all pan-boo-booism and believing that we must be slaves.
Well, I don't think Sanchez is
Wait, but
Pan
you just
African.
said that we were slaves, and I know for a fact that he don't think he not a Pan African. Because I'm not a
Sanchez coming
Pan-African.
back home, baby.
And I don't deal with no Pan-African. I ain't never heard them talk no Pan-African shit. But
I
look
think
though,
it's
this what I
Sanchez
want to
coming
say.
back home.
When it
Shut
comes
up,
to
man.
the slave trade, right? The so-called slave trade. From my research, it was a very small percentage number of actually Africans being transported on ships, whether it's from here to there or there to here. Any mass ship transportation came from the islands or from South America, which would still be America. You see what I'm saying? So it'd still be Americans mixing with Americans. You dig what I'm saying? Just different tribes from the southern part of the continent or the islands that surround the continent coming inland or mainland, so to speak, or up north, so to speak. So when you get to talking about what people talking about slavery, the term slavery attached to Slav is where we talking about paperwork and technicalities. But the action of is just like saying vandalism or a motherfucker calling themselves a thug. That's attached to Queen Califia. Niggas calling themselves thugs and shit is not from India. Do you get what I'm saying? Y'all ain't doing no Indian culture, but if you call yourself a thug, that's definitely attached to Indian culture and to Queen, you know what I'm saying, and to that Caliph god or whatever that bitch running around with her tongue out.
But
So I'm
Bobby,
saying,
you're on point. But look at how they're attaching us with thug life and trying to project us as being criminals of the world.
I'm not saying how
I'm not
listen,
disagreeing with whatever you just said.
You gotta accept that what I'm saying is, and you gotta agree with me on this, OG Alabama. It was our elders saying don't accept this. At the end of the day, you gotta accept these terms. You gotta accept the terms and agreements. When you get your motherfucking YouTube account, at the end of it, all that motherfucker, that word play that's up in there, when you just scroll through and click, yep, I accept that, all them words mean something. You accept the terms and agreements that come thereof. So what I'm saying with this shit that we talking about slavery, yeah, we accept the terms and agreement of being labeled a slave by being misidentified and not knowing who exactly you are. So they could roll that beautiful bean footage on you.
I was waiting for you to circle back to that, Bobby. So you know my message is simple. Identity crisis is a thing. And if you keep identifying yourself as a slave, be it as it may, take slave treatment. You keep calling yourself black. I don't know if you brothers are familiar with the book, The Black Tax. It is documented chapter and verse how you will be treated and you will live a black life from birth to death.
But
And I
I think
yield.
that's just more people accepting contemporary studies more than what people actually believe. Because I'm gonna be honest, I never grew up in my family talking about no motherfucking slaves. That shit was all.
Okay.
That shit was all. That shit was all from the school system and shit. But you know, my family checked that shit at the motherfucking door. So now what you got happening is what I call the intelligent dumb motherfuckers that, you know, they grew up believing that their parents and their grandparents was fucking stupid and they was the smart ones, but their grandparents raised fucking 30 fucking kids, not to mention grandkids, with his dumb ass, and they intelligent ass can barely afford to take care of 2 kids. So who really
Can
the
I
fucking
ask you a
dumb?
question, brother?
Because our
Does a
grandparents weren't
does a
born before 1865, brother.
Right. Can I ask y'all?
So
Right.
they
Does
ain't
a
gonna talk about
POW
slavery.
go through the right? Does a POW go through the same treatment thereof that you would assume a slave would go through?
Of course.
That's the point that we saying. That's the point that
No,
we
I never
saying.
disagree with that,
No, I have
brother.
to disagree.
Bobby, hold on, hold on,
The
hold on,
whole
Bobby.
point.
Thank you, brother.
The whole
Wait a minute,
point.
wait a minute. I'm trying to answer your question, Bobby.
I
In the
like to get in
context of
after.
what has been done here with this peculiar institution, a slave is considered property. A prisoner of war is still a live person on their own land, displaced, and that's why you need to research
And don't you got to
post-Laminium.
assume that
That's
identity?
our history. That's not true. You can look in all of the wars throughout the world.
All you
Genghis
need to
Khan,
do is
everybody.
to research post-Laminium and see what the law says from the Holy Roman Empire of how a prisoner of war is treated. No slave is mentioned in the law.
But I just
Hold
gave
They
y'all a
up.
turn they
key. I
Hold
just
up.
gave y'all a key point and shit, and you know, I guess we just gonna skip past it. Once again,
Right.
This is the consequences of these wannabe intellectual motherfuckers. Now, I don't have no problem with nobody on that, but now they're looked to as they have to say on who the fuck we are. And in my opinion, a lot of them is really fucking stupid. But the people that really knew who they was and was telling you who you was, they was labeled as stupid as
But that's the false part. You
man.
ain't nobody to tell you who you are. The only person who know who they is you know yourself.
I'm talking about your parents. Like, you gotta learn from
King
somebody.
Cash, your mic is terrible, dog. You
So
cutting in.
So at the end of the day, our parents knew who the fuck we was. They
Right.
parents knew who we was. They
Right.
parents knew. Now, when niggas start wanting to be intellectuals and go to Harvard and Yale and sit down with these Jewish puppet masters and shit, they was labeled as the smart motherfuckers, and they started teaching niggas who the fuck they was based off who they learned from they fucking puppet masters.
That's true.
But they was telling you, hold on,
Bro,
Cash,
your mic
is
is
fucked up,
crazy,
bro.
nigga. Stop.
Hey,
Mute
but
your
at the
mic,
end,
bro.
but at the end,
Hold on real quick. Hold
nah,
on
you
real quick,
good,
brother.
bro.
Because I don't want you to not. Hey, bro, you gonna have to mute because like even unmuted, your shit cutting in. You got to mute, brother.
On God. But at the end of the day, it's
Mike,
like
crazy.
this. The motherfucker who was telling you who they was, telling you who you was, your blood, that not only took care of all of your aunties and uncles, but even some of their kids, even their mamas, even some of their brothers, they was labeled stupid. But when you really look at them, the way they structured their family and was able to take care of their family without any fucking handout, they was the smartest motherfuckers on earth to me.
Can I
And
ask you a question, brother?
they had to destroy that. Yeah, for sure, Bobby.
Slavery, what we call in slavery or the perception of, like I just said about the POW or relating to the slave, it's not the same on paperwork, but we just talking in denotative and connotative language. It's like we going past third grade studies, bro. If I say your shoes bad, speaking denotative, I don't mean that they're not good. You like we got to know that sometimes when we talking in these terms, we can't get so wrapped up in the technicalities at this stage to where we can't move forward to the bigger picture. You dig what I'm saying? So right now, even at the point where you said like the elders way back in the early 1900s or late 1800s, they weren't talking about slavery. But somebody in the 1950s would have been like, "What, y'all ain't consider yourself slaves working for 25 cents a week doing that shit?" You dig what I'm saying? And just like somebody right now in the 2000s looking at somebody in the 1950s like, "Well, damn, granddaddy, you ain't consider yourself a slave working in that warehouse for that much for them years." You dig what I'm saying? The circumstances of the situation. Mental slavery is a real thing.
But
We
I
can't
don't disagree with you on
get
that, bro.
wrapped up in. But I'm saying the word slavery seemed to like have people so wrapped up. If I
So we
say,
gotta
if I
understand
hold
we
on,
use the
wait a minute, hold
spells.
on,
You
listen,
gotta
brother. I know words is spells, but at the end of the day, you can't let the spell get you so wrapped up to where you don't understand that it's surface level sometimes. If I say vandalism happened on my house, that don't mean actual vandals came from overseas somewhere and did something. If I say this nigga's a barbarian, that don't mean he from the Isle of
One
Mm.
thing,
Barbary. And you know,
one
like
thing with
sometimes, right?
perception, right? One thing I'm hearing, I'm listening. Peace to everybody again. Perception, right, only lies to the person. Everybody's perception. One thing I heard you say, Knight, you was like, you assume that everybody is on the same level. That right there is a misnomer. That's non-cipher. You know what I mean? And
What
with
you
that,
mean?
that's no good. I mean that's not right because you can't perceive that everybody see things the way you see it. That's why
That's
I'm.
what I said. You can't assume. I said you can't assume that everybody is on the same thing. You might have misheard me.
Well, reason why I'm saying that because when we are saying about these words and when using these words, we talking about spells, spell casting in its finest, and this is what words are. So if most people don't even understand that these words are spells, so they are going to be cast upon them either way. That's why we still using a word like black. Or the fact that we use a slave, we still casting a spell upon us that's not even attached to us.
I think that they're using words to describe certain conditions. Like, for instance, right?
No,
Here it is.
that's that
Hold on.
Simple,
language.
Let me hold
brother.
on.
That's simple,
Hold
bro.
on.
It's that simple.
Hold on. Let me give you an example, bro. Right? The cotton market at one point was one of the highest market it was, right? And guess who dominated that shit? Niggas in the South, right? And these niggas owned their own land had their own shit going, a family business. But then guess what happened? Deliberately, the international market crashed the cotton market. So what did that do to a family that dictated their whole family business based off this cotton market? That virtually made them poor. Now, if you look at their conditions, you would think they was fucking slaves, but they're not. They're just struggling right now due to the circumstances of manipulation of the market and shit that made their wealth less valuable and put them in a position of being basically poor. Now you got niggas running around taking pictures of them and shit and saying, oh, these were slaves. But we know one no fucking slaves when those type of cameras was around. So who the fuck really is these people in this picture? So we're trying to take modern understanding, modern words, and place them on conditions where words meant different and had different meanings back then. And if you don't understand what's going on at the time in that area, you would never ever really be able to see the full picture that these people was not slaves. Yes, at the time they was poor, but how did they get poor? Because these people manipulated the market intentionally to basically pour them out. Then what happened? Now niggas is taxed. Oh, you can't pay your taxes. Guess what's gonna happen? We're gonna take your land, but you can stay on the land, but we're gonna rent your land back to you. Then we're gonna manipulate how we pay
listen,
you as well too. So it's all about conditioning.
When you explain the specifics of it, I'm not disagreeing with the technicalities, but literally what you're explaining is, if I'm talking in layman's terms, how to create a slave, manipulate the environment to where I get control over everything, right? If I fuck up your market to make it to where you poor, and I fuck up your cotton fields to make it to where the whole global market is poor, now you got to work in them motherfucking fields for cents and pennies, and it's like I've essentially made you a slave under my rulership. The word in it like what we got to get to is that when we get into high levels of understanding, we can't go into you cannot go into paperwork putting slavery down, right? Because it don't exist in paperwork. I get that, but what I'm saying is you got to get people in the door where they stand at. All great teachers know that, or anybody that's trying to get somebody to a level of understanding on anything. I can't come in with a basis of knowledge on trigonometry, trying to teach you trigonometry. I gotta bring
Hey, let me say this. You niggas is so motherfucking long-winded. Y'all niggas gotta get to the goddamn point, stick the motherfucking landing, and get the fuck off the mic, man. God damn. Smoke, you want to say something?
Hey man, I want y'all to remember one thing. Slavery, as defined in law or legalese or both, is involuntary servitude. Carry on.
All right, man. So for the most part, do y'all disagree with what Sanchez is saying or not?
Of course I do.
Okay. And Bobo's clarifying, saying that we saying more or less the same thing, just different. It's semantics more or less.
Bobby said it right the first time, bro. It's lost in linguistics. It's just different linguistics that we use in this shit, and that's where the misunderstanding is coming in at.
Got you.
It's not a semantical argument if you don't have control over your destiny and you can't determine what is your wealth or your value. Now, do you feel that you're a slave, Cuddy?
No, I am not.
But that is what Sanchez is trying to imply over all of us as a people. Now, that's disrespectful or disregarding your existence, or what? What's your position on it? Now, I don't know what his agenda or his intentions are. I'm saying I don't care whether he believes in out of Africa theory or not. I am saying, and I hope I'll be clear on this, that under the doctrine of discovery, perpetual servitude was the intention of getting the Aboriginal in America off their land forever. And if you listen to anybody spouting that
perpetual involuntary servitude,
however you want to do it semantically, Bobby, I am saying the intentions of the agenda. That's why the whole world is here. We don't have people congregating to the African continent or to Asia or to Europe. So there is a motivation why everybody on the planet is coming here taking your shit, Cuddy. You feel what I'm saying?
I don't
And they
disagree with
try
that
to
either,
hand
Alabama.
you the condition of slave while they take your land and your inheritance. And I'll land my plane on that.
I don't disagree with you, Alabama,
Okay,
but
so
you got it, Sister Betty. My bad.
no, go ahead. I can wait.
Nah, we've been talking for a minute. You got it.
So here's what I see through my research. There's two types of slavery. You have prisoner of war, and you have voluntary servitude, or AKA employment. In the sense that history was taught, the out of Africa theory, there's only one we can prove. None of us can prove the out of Africa theory as being part of our ancestors' history. None of us can prove that. What we can prove is prisoners of war. We have records and facts to prove that our ancestors were prisoners of war, but we don't have proof that they were brought from Africa, the out of Africa theory. We can't prove that. All that is based on assumptions and media. If they tell us to prove the out of Africa theory, the only proof that we have is the movie Roots. Nobody has any documentation stating that they came from Africa. When you get ready to start to try to prove that out of Africa theory shit, you're going to have to hand them the fucking Alex Haley book. That's all you got. So all I'm saying is our ancestors were prisoners of war. We were taken out of our power. Our Indian clans and tribes and nations were taken over. That's what I find, and I relinquish.
Come on, I know one of you smart niggas want the mic.
When we allowing that to be attached to us, that is consenting through either ill-informed, outright ignorance, or indoctrination.
He's saying when you call yourself a slave, you're ill-informed, outright, and you can tell by his accent that in his mind, he really doesn't think he's a slave, right? He really doesn't think he's a slave, if you understand what I mean, you know. His type, hell no. You must be ignorant, ill-informed. I bet you he don't think police brutality is probably real neither.
From a
Alabama.
He hung himself up. But salutes to that brother, man. This ain't nothing personal. This is me being me with my reviews. Y'all know how we do it. Get the likes up. Please get the likes up.
To the ancestors that they stopped all that stuff.
Hold on, yo. I want to ask Brother Sanchez and Top Cash 2 questions. Go ahead, AP.
No, I just want to see if some of the brothers want to respond to what the brother Alabama is going in on. We got a couple brothers on here. We got Top Cat.
I'm gonna tell you right now, man. When a nigga go out to eat and he put the white handkerchief right here on his neck, he's officially not a slave no more. Okay. You can't tell that man he's a motherfucking slave after that, son. You done bumped your... Once a nigga put the little and like that, son, he ain't a slave no more in his mind.
Sanchez, got yourself on here like me, so let me get you guys' opinion on that.
Oh, this what y'all rebutting. Okay.
Why you know, niggas
You
wanna
get it
push
now, True?
religion on us.
Yeah, I get it now. I'm gonna mute up.
Here we go.
And, you know, go to war with us. And
This is Sanchez critiquing Batman and everybody on Bab's channel. Here we go.
the reason why they did the what's it called, Doctrine of Discovery, like the law of conquest or whatever, that's what he was talking about. I got 2 questions for Brother Sanchez's podcast though.
Okay,
Right?
I'm allowed on the answer right quick before you ask your question, bro. Go ahead, Sanchez. I see your mic. I see you ready.
No, I was just waiting to answer his question.
Okay, go ahead, Lightman. You got your question. Go ahead.
All right, so boom, right? It is niggas over here saying we wasn't enslaved over here. It's niggas over here saying that we was actually the slave owners, right? William Ellison Jr., I believe his name is, Anthony Johnson, a whole bunch of niggas in Louisiana, a whole bunch of niggas in South Carolina, right? A whole bunch of niggas in different places was owning slaves, right? White slavery. This is what niggas.
I told y'all, niggas want to identify with the slave master so bad that they just flat out and say it now. Real talk, we weren't slaves. On the real, we was the slave master. We was the one that enslaved a white man. But look at where you at today. What did that nigga said? Look at your funky black ass. What he told him in that movie. Come on, man. This is real quick before I hit play on this shit. I'm gonna allow y'all. Let's take about 5-10 minutes, man. Am I tripping? Like, we trying to trade places with the slave master on the low.
No, you're exactly right. And this is important.
Like, yeah, this shit is hilarious. I'm gonna tell you why you stay king to be just like I wasn't a slave. It's like, my nigga, it's okay. We not saying you overhurt or, you know what I'm saying, you bitching or nothing like that. You just literally telling the truth of what physically fucking happened.
Hey, OG foreplay. Hey, OG foreplay.
Hey, yo.
If I'm tripping, click the link, man, and come correct your brother, man. Don't let me fall and stumble. Get me while I'm tripping.
Really, you were just beating the shit out their asses, them goddamn points. Like you said, ain't no way you could be talking about we had this and that, and then now you don't have shit to show for it, but you talking about we wasn't slaves. You can't say both. Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, them niggas try to have their cake and eat it too.
It remind me of, right, like, you know, so in the Pan-Africanism, they start off by telling you black man God, right? And then they switch up with the Hebrews, and then the Hebrews or whatever, they come in and they be like, yeah, we God's children, right? And then it's like, yeah, we the slave master. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It sounds like that toxic black shit, like what they call it, that white shit, like that KKK shit. It sounds like that for niggas.
Yeah, but you know what? Eventually, that's what you're going to hear. They're going to be like, but hold up, speaking of the KKK, it was a black man was the first member of it, though. We the one started the KKK. You know, that's the shit they own, you know. Like, we giving the white man too much credit, man. We was the one hanging them and beating them, man. Like, come on, bro. Y'all going too, like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Talking about delusion.
Niggas is and they
Hey, but you know what that sound like though? That sound like you know how niggas in the hood be telling stories when some shit fucked up happened, but they can't admit to it. They like, motherfuckers know they done got beat up, jumped on, and all kind of other shit, but they get to telling you shit like, man, I went in there and it was like 4 of them niggas. And, you know, I was beating all their ass. You know, I was shooting at niggas and everything. I even stabbed me a nigga. But then, you know what I'm saying, I slipped on a piece of glass, and then, you know what I'm saying, they all whooped my ass. When really, the story was just, they whooped this nigga ass from Jump Street, and it wasn't all that involved. It's like, come on, bro. Yeah, some people just can't take a L.
He's saying that we wasn't, hold on.
See what
So,
they talking about.
I want y'all to respond on that, and also
Hold
we
up,
was
hold
a
up.
but
When you say respond on that, you was kind of cutting out. You mean to respond on the fact that there were black slave owners?
yeah, because that's what niggas is saying now.
And my thing be, think about it, right? The conversation right now is black people descended from slaves and reparations. And you got a whole bunch of group of black folks talking about well, that was black slave owners, but we ain't black though. I can't make this up. Anything we try to do, they try to undermine it, like Tariq said, man. Them damn the homie motherfuckers. That's them Africans that they talking about. We are Africans that was brought over here on a slave ship. No, Africans came over here on ships and enslaved us on our own land. Facts. Africans claim, like we said, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. What that means is that we was already over here in Plymouth. And what we call in Plymouth, but we didn't call it Plymouth. This is Englishman term. This is the Pilgrim's terminology. Plymouth Rock landing on us mean foreigners landed on our land with their Plymouth culture, colonialization and colonial culture, and indoctrinated us with their mindset. They hated us, now we hate us. They called themselves Christians, now we call ourselves Christian. We basically assume the identity of our oppressor. And that's what he's saying right here. And he think that when I call myself a slave, I'm just acknowledging a war crime that was committed against my ancestors. And as a result of that past war crime, my people at the bottom of the economic totem pole.
Damn, that sound like it. Did not just say this sound like everything y'all been saying? Now, how is that opposite of what's been being said? He said we was already here. They came over here, tried to put an assumed identity on us, and slavery is identifying a war crime, like Sister Betty just said.
Anybody?
Mic check.
Do anybody want to address that?
Nah, let Sanchez finish talking, man. Just let him finish talking. Hold your horses, bro. Hold your horses. Let him finish talking. Because Sanchez do a lot of contradictions, bro. But go ahead.
It's about 5 hours of talking now.
No, he ain't gonna take him that long to do a contradiction. Let him talk.
My question to you is, what the fuck do you got to show for it, Mr. I'm not a slave? You built this bitch for free and you think that ain't slavery?
Stupid.
These same that say that
could you hold that?
They ain't slaves and they don't come from slaves. They're
Could you hold that?
Hey, pause 1 second, cut for us.
Because that's the part. Now that's the part where I felt that really hurt my heart, because I don't know. Maybe he don't know, or maybe we need to share with him that when we were taken as prisoners of war, prior to that, all the shit that we created, they took over it, including our people. So we did build. We had everything already established here. We built everything. We did.
Sister Bethy,
but
at the turn of 1900, did we not have over 200 million acres as a people?
Yes, but what I'm saying is,
I'll be back.
What I'm trying to respond to his question, that what the fuck did we build? Now, that's the part that really broke my heart, because we built everything up to the point to where we were taken out of power. And I think that's the part that was not communicated to him.
No, again, see the disingenuous nature of trying to keep pushing a slave narrative is that you have to eradicate what people are and what they have been. I'm gonna ask again: in the year 1900, did not our ancestors have over 200 million acres of land?
We have more than that.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
so then what the hell is he talking about if we were
But man,
slaves?
he probably doesn't know.
Yeah, I think the problem is with
He
this
just
right
said
here.
slavery as identifying a war crime.
Yeah, I mean,
Why
all
do y'all like
slavery is
all
slavery is a war
yeah,
crime.
the sister Betty even just said that. So if he just says we identify slavery as a war crime because we was already here, that ain't got nothing to do with no Pan-Africanism shit. Because again, we ain't coming from no Pan-African views. I certainly know that I'm not, and I know Sister Betty not. Whether if we got little tweaks here and there on things that we need to probably clean up, that's one thing.
But Bobby, I think you're not hearing the statement that he made. This is what I mean about being denigrating and condemnatory in his tone. He said, and I don't like using the term for effect, nigga, what have you got? I again ask, did we not have over 200 million acres of land 123 years ago?
Nah, what have you got? We dealing with right now.
No, but listen. Okay, I can even
We're
point out that
still
we do have land, we have businesses, we do have wealth
So there's
now.
two
But what
things
I'm saying,
it's two things that he don't know. Number one, we did have. Number two, we're still prisoners of war up to this date. Nothing's changed. And being prisoners of war
Does that still make you a slave?
by the assistance of our own people.
Correct.
And
Do that still put you in a slave-like state, though? That's what I'm saying.
prisoner of war is another type of enslavement. Yes.
Thank you. And this all we saying, Sister Betty, that it's still going on to this day.
But,
so if a person says slavery still
but that's
happening
not
to
the
this
part.
day,
That's
we
not the
can't
part.
have a
Bobby, that's
semantical.
not the part.
But
That's
Bobby,
not
he's
the-
saying more. He's saying more than that, though, bro.
Bobby,
Okay.
that's not the part
Explain
that
it
I'm
to me.
upset about. The part I'm upset about is to say that we didn't build nothing, and we did.
Motherfucker got to answer that for themselves. I ain't talking to that.
And we did. That's the thing. We did. To say we built nothing is disingenuous. What we built has been taken over. I still see us as prisoners of war today. We have to be. We don't have our shit.
say, Bethy, can I just state first of all the misstatement that was made? I'm paraphrasing the condemnatory statement he said. You slave niggas built this up. What do you have to show for it? I am saying in the year 1900, our ancestors had over 200 million acres of land.
Well, we got to put it in the context of not having.
Hold on. During the entire first 2 decades of the 20th century, we were assaulted by white domestic terrorist mobs. In one summer alone, 1919, hundreds of our independently owned communities were bombed, burned, and flooded.
I'm aware of that, Obama. Okay.
No, I'm saying Sanchez is being disingenuous and disrespectful by not acknowledging historical fact, which is only 100 years ago.
Well, it get back to them intellectual niggas, and this is why I keep bringing that shit up. At the end of the fucking day, we had our own thing going in this country. We had shit. Them intellectual niggas was taught that shit was country. This is what's popping. Them niggas never came back home to finish running the family business. So guess what happened when the elder passed away? They sold the land. A lot of them didn't even fucking care to concern what happened to the land. So then what happened?
You mean right now, Truth? In 2023? Isn't that happening when we die?
I'm talking about back then. You know, I'm gonna be, look, I ain't gonna say nothing indirect. I'm gonna be straight up front with a lot of this shit. And we just gonna keep it a buck. A lot of them niggas went away to school. They did not fucking come back home and invested that shit back into the family business. They didn't think that was what's happening. They wanted to be up north. They wanted to be in the major cities. So a lot of them either sold the land once the elder passed away, and a lot of them was just living it the fuck up and didn't realize that motherfucking they had land and thought it'd just be there
and the city and the county just snatched that shit the fuck up. And now they no longer have it. So that's why we don't fucking have shit. Like, nigga, it's our own fault, bro. Like, we can't even blame this shit on a lot of people. Yeah, it was other things that happened too. Don't get it twisted. I'm not gonna be naive to that. But a lot of this shit that we lost, man, was due to fucking family fucking infighting and shit. And I think, honestly, like, you know, Sanchez, you know, he knowledgeable with the flat earth and everything and the cosmology. You know, I'm gonna give the brother that. But I think that this is a subject where he needs to just sit back and listen. It's kind of like what Bobby was saying earlier. I'm not going to go to him with where I'm at with it. I'm going to have to come down to his level to bring him up, because clearly he's not fully aware of the contents of where we coming from with it, because the level that we got to go to him with it, we already done past that. So I don't take none of that shit serious that they talking about this shit, because this is not even his fucking level. This not even his level of information and shit to even consider what the fuck he got to say about it and shit. I mean, he got a right to critique whatever and shit, but I think, you know, he come around enough where, you know, he could have just sat back and had that conversation on the stage that day and shit, and it could have went there. But I think a lot of times is that motherfuckers be over other people's head when they giving them the information, because they can't understand where we coming from, because we do have to go back a level to help them understand. It's like how brother said earlier. How the fuck a motherfucker gonna teach me advanced trigonometry if I never even learned the basics of trigonometry? So first and foremost, I gotta go back and teach the basics of trigonometry to get them to understand what I'm speaking about with the advanced version of the trigonometry and shit. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so can somebody explain to me what a freedman is? I know what it is. I'm just asking. I just want
But
to see where
if you're
we're
gonna
at.
keep believing a person was enslaved or a slave, then they are freed by their slave master.
Wait. No. I think you have it confused on what I'm asking. What is the purpose of a freedman? Maybe I should ask that.
Now, when you're saying the purpose of a freedman, that's why we still have to deal with what is defined as a free man or a freed man. That's what my point that I'm saying.
Okay, a freed man. What is he freed from? Is he freed from slavery or being a prisoner of war?
In a status.
Is he being freed from slavery in the sense of it being like the fucking root story, or is he being freed from being a prisoner of war for not wanting to join the fucking union? Which one? That's what I'm asking.
I know Bobby is very much straight on this semantical argument that seems to be.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah,
is a freedman.
What we're talking about in this experience, the Freedmen's Bureau, for example, keeps perpetuating that involuntary servitude and slavery was ended with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. And during Reconstruction, a Freedmen Bureau was for the newly freed slaves. Do you understand what I'm saying, Sister Bessie?
Okay, newly freed slaves from what? Was it from the Kunta Kinte story, or was it from being a prisoner of war for not wanting to join the Union?
When we keep using the phrase prisoner of war, there was no war declared. See, this is where I'm. Yeah,
okay.
This is a convoluted argument.
All right,
here.
I understand
when the
what you're
North
saying.
and South. Yes,
I understand what you're saying, that it wasn't that type of war, but I'm just using it for the betterment of words, Ali Brahman. That's all.
I'm trying to address what actually is, not just in history, but in documentation and legal redress. Okay? Because slave masters, using that term, were given reparations for losing property. Slaves. You understand what I'm saying, Sister Bethy?
Yep.
Even, and you know this, even in the District of Columbia.
I told you I know it, but I'm just asking to see.
Slaves were considered. I'm trying to answer your question, sister. Slaves were considered a loss of income and property, and the slave masters, the seditious, treasonous people who should have been incarcerated and executed, because the actual penalty for treason is execution. Now, when the southern states were in rebellion, all of the leadership, including the elected officials and the generals at war, I'm using the term loosely, but in conflict, were traitors in sedition, breaking the union. Now, how do you then turn around and reward them for giving them compensation or reparations from losing property considered slaves that the war they claim was fought over? Don't you find that interesting? Now, some would say these were the Slavs that were being freed, not the melanated Aboriginal. And that's where this discussion keeps getting cloudy and causes people more confusion. The Kunta Kinte mythology and the roots story and narrative continues to perpetuate for people around the world that we are African slaves. I'm not saying whether people agree with it or not. I am saying that is a narrative, that is a mentality, and that is the reason why you got fools running around talking about this reparations discussion, which is not going to go anywhere. And the reparations that were dispensed at the end of hostilities in the so-called Civil War was given to those who owned people as property. Property cannot get or expect reparations. This is where we have problems with having this conversation, Sister Betty, and I yield.
If I can add, right, and it goes right back to the doctrine of discovery. In those documents, some of them documents, they stated that we didn't have a concept of what property is, because we didn't look at what we look at property is today. We looked at it as being the earth that we share. They came with this concept, and this concept dilutes to people being property from them coming over here. That was their name, and they're still proud of that name. Some of them people are still proud of being a Slav or a Slav. Their name, them people came over here like as refugees or prisoners. They were the prisoners that was coming over here and being freed by the Aboriginals. We was freeing them from their slave captures or their slave masters. At the same time, we intervened with them, being nice. Some of our kind-hearted people that we are, being nice, let them in and let them trick knowledge. They tricked us. They tricked the good-hearted one. That's why hell is paved with good intentions. We had some of our ancestors had good intentions, some didn't. Right? We always know that it's going to be bad seeds in a bag. You know what I mean? All the seeds are not going to be good. Now, to get over that hump, right, is to look at self, right? If you promote something that you think and do not know, then you are absolutely going to be in the wrong. I'm saying that on my experience because I feel like I'll be wrong with things that I do not know. So I try to learn things and know things to understand it in a perspective. My perspective, then we got multiple perspectives. But the truth is only one truth, right? If we all can agree on that.
That's true.
Hey,
You just spoke about, sir, is the non-combatant Indian. But I land there.
Hey, who that was that was just talking?
Cypher, he not nice.
Who?
Cypher.
Cypher,
brother. Yeah, Cypher. He not nice.
Oh, Cypher, he not nice. Okay.
Right. There's nothing nice over here.
What's going on?
Peace. What's
Man,
up, brother?
I just didn't like the fact that he called goddamn Mama Chief a bitch.
Who did?
Because she was showing her paperwork.
Who said that? Who did that?
Sanchez, you here?
Oh, okay. Yes, I did heard that too.
I'm talking about Sanchez. He said that shit big as day. You know what I'm saying? Because she got up there and she showed her paperwork. But that's fucked up for him to be goddamn cloaking like he cool with us. And then he just did a whole 360. He need to be slapped in the mouth. Straight up.
And that's a message from my sister from Georgia.
Straight up, he needs to be slapped in the mouth. Cause he just did a whole cloaking section and just straight raped us. Excuse the R word, but that what the fuck he just did. I mean, disrespectful all the way to the end. I'm sorry, Sister Betty, but your brother need his ass whooped.
Well,
Hey,
why
Smoke,
ain't
So
what
he
you
some
think
know
about
look?
it?
better.
Ho. Please don't single me out in this, because I just stated that I was upset about something that he mentioned that was said. So any messages that you want to get to Sanchez, you
Oh no,
woman,
I know how to go tell him myself.
right, but don't
Yeah, I
apologize to
know how to
me.
tell him
I
myself, but
mean,
I'm
I
just
don't
simply
have.
saying
I
that's
mean, he a
fucked up.
grown man. I don't got nothing to do with that. Nothing
Yeah,
at
I'm just
all.
saying because that's your partner. You know what I'm saying? You
No,
always
just
saying,
like
oh, I'm going to
look,
call him and I'm
but
going to do this and that. But
but
I'm just
okay.
saying,
I'm gonna
and
say
some
this
been
too.
spoken in the
But guess what,
past.
Miss
I'm
Georgia
not
Peach?
coming at you like
Okay,
that,
but I'm
and
just
I
saying.
don't want you to take it
Okay,
like that.
but guess what? Chief Holiday, my partner. Cuddy, my partner.
Yeah, but
Apollo,
I'm
my
not coming
partner.
at you like that, Betsy.
I don't.
I'm not coming at you like that. So don't
Okay,
take it
well,
like that. I'm not coming at you like that. I'm just saying. I know he your boy, but he need his ass whooped.
look, y'all grown. Everybody got a right to say whatever they want. I don't got nothing to do with nothing.
I
I
didn't say
speak
you
only for
did, Sister
myself.
Betsy. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But he's not
I'm
just,
just saying the obvious.
he's other people on the panel's buddy too. He's Bobby's buddy. He's everybody buddy, not just mine.
That nigga ain't nobody goddamn buddy. He's a 50 face ass nigga. That's what the fuck he is.
Bobby's his buddy. You know, I go there to learn flat earth. I come here to learn about our history. You know, you
That's
don't
some
owe
fuck
me no
shit.
apology. You don't owe me no apology.
That's some real fuck shit. He know better than what the fuck he said. All that shit he said, calling Mama Chief a bitch, that's fucked up. He ain't got to do all that. He don't even know that lady and go call her out her name. That's all the way wrong.
Damn, who called Mama Chief a bitch?
Sanchez did roll that shit back when he was talking about when she showed her papers. He was like, bitch, you still a slave like everybody else.
Damn.
See, now
Yeah,
that's
he said that
see
shit.
now that's the convoluted part right there. Is he saying everybody a slave, or is he saying just niggas exclusively? See, this is what I'm trying to get to. That's why I want y'all to let the nigga continue to speak. What is he actually saying? Because if he's saying slaves, then that would entail a slave master. So what is he actually basing this slavery
He
narrative
said
on?
everybody with a birth certificate and a social security card is a motherfucking slave. That's what he said.
Well, may I say
Then he went to critiquing AP video when everybody was up there speaking and Mama Chief got up there and showed her paperwork and he was like, bitch, don't come around here acting like you royalty. You know what I'm saying? That shit is fucking disrespectful all the way. When he come over here acting like he cool and he ain't. Like, I'm really sick of these 50-faced ass niggas that be popping around. They ass need to be sit down though, for real. That shit ugly. All this shit is getting fucking ugly.
Well, I'm gonna say this again, man. Slavery has been defined in law or legalese or what have you as involuntary servitude. Now, involuntary servitude is very hard to prove, bro. And just by you having some documents that identify you as whatever they identify you as, does not prove that you have volunteered or been, you have been a servant involuntarily, bro. That's the definition of slavery. Having a birth certificate and a social security card is not in the definition of slavery. So niggas got to come
Well,
correct,
tell
bro.
him that
It just,
then,
it just,
Smoke. Tell
it just
him
is what
that.
it is.
Yeah,
Well, I never get a chance to tell him that because his narrative is more like a religious philosophy, and it's hard to get niggas to believe Jesus didn't exist. Niggas have a right to believe what the fuck they want to believe, even when they've been provided with an adequate amount of evidence to suggest otherwise. That's the nature of belief. So it is what it is. I relinquish the motherfucking flow.
Can I say
Man,
this?
that nigga don't came. Hold on, that nigga don't came over here on AP channel talking about I'm with the elbows and yeah, I got a lot to learn and all this old extra shit. And yeah, I'm in the chat and all this old extra shit. He'll pull up on AP channel and be acting like he with it. You know what I'm saying? For him to make the statements that he made and saying all the shit that he's saying. Man, please, that's a 50 face ass, faggot ass bastard. That's what the fuck he is.
That nigga playing the 50 sis.
Yeah, yeah, he playing it. You know it.
There's a
You
lot of
don't
niggas that be
seen it.
coming around playing the 50, don't it?
You know it. You don't seen it.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said about that nigga Lucky, he done got them became a BAP member and be up here talking cash money shit. That shit, ooh my lord.
It's cool,
That
sis.
shit
Look at it like
crazy.
this. This nigga pay money to talk shit. We got it.
Man, please.
Say refuses
That's,
services.
man, that's some bullshit, bro. And you knew it.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, like, I don't get worked up by what this nigga say, because I know this nigga don't be knowing what the fuck he need to be talking about. I think he needs to just stick to flat earth. Keep it a buck.
But I just don't even like the whole little tirade he did. And then he called the mama chief a bitch. I ain't
Yeah,
did
that
that,
shit out of
too.
pocket. Like, yeah, I
You
don't
know what I'm
appreciate that
saying?
shit either.
I ain't did that, bro. Your mama chief ain't did shit to him, but just showed that nigga some paperwork and he couldn't refute it. That's why he got his punk ass off the motherfucking platform. He's a bitch ass nigga.
Hold on, he
All the
called a bitch
motherfuckers
on his shit or somebody else shit?
on his shit when he just
Oh,
did the little rant. In the beginning of the whole little rant thing, when you know what I'm saying, he was critiquing AP video. When he was talking about when A1 them came up there talking about what he said, you know, Light Man brought the shit out. But you know, Mama T got up there and showed her paperwork, you know what I'm saying, Sean, you need to get you some of these, you know what I'm saying? And he wanted to talk about, oh bitch, you gonna bring your paperwork. Man, that's some fuck shit. I don't dig that, bro. I'm sorry. I just don't. I just don't dig grown ass men acting like little teenage girls. I just don't dig that. You got a pussy, you got a dick. Which one is it? I
well,
expect that
that's
out of
why I be
women.
saying a lot of these niggas want to come around and critique what we talk about. Well, I want to know what they talk about, and let's start critiquing they
I
shit.
do want to ask about the part where he said, "You're fucking up my movement." I don't know if anybody caught that, and I'm
Oh, I caught that part too. We
He
just
said we
can't got
fucking
to
up
that
his
part
movement.
yet.
yeah,
Yeah, but
you fucking
about the
up. He
reparation.
said we fucking up. Y'all fucking up our movement, and I didn't know
Yeah, about the
what
reparation.
movement.
They want that
Oh,
reparation
so
money.
now
But
he
See,
California
FBA,
done came out
I
with that
didn't see.
$5 million
I
shit.
didn't know that. He never told me that he was part of.
foundational black aboriginal, EFBA.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
so
want that money. That's what he want.
Flat
Yeah,
Earth
he
black
want that money.
aboriginal. Get the
Well,
fuck out of
see,
Yeah.
here, man.
well, see
Niggas is bugging.
this is the crux of their argument, right? If we fucking up their reparations, then that would suggest that we are the ones holding the finances for the reparations. So
At
without
the
him being
end of the
that,
They
day,
said that shit on
smoke.
Sunday.
You done heard us
Sunday
say it.
said that shit too.
Hey, you done heard us say this shit a couple of times, bro. Like, nigga, we support any one of our brothers trying to get something back from this government, regardless if we disagree with it or agree with it. I'm not gonna stand in their way or be counterproductive to their movement. I don't shit on FBA movement. I don't talk shit about FBA. I support them because even with the differences of ideology, at the end of the day, those are my brothers and sisters. And I support them in what they doing. Now, is that my fight? No, that's not my fight. So right now, these niggas is projecting and putting words in our motherfucking mouth. And as a matter of fact, BAP is one of the key cornerstone motherfuckers that made the connection with the Aboriginals and the FBA. We know that BAP took slack from Aboriginals about that connection that he made, and niggas was projecting and putting words in his mouth like he was saying he black and all that shit, when all he was saying was we need to connect with our brothers and sisters and other movements, and he supported them, but also in the process giving them Aboriginal information and shit. So what you got is you got a bunch of niggas who be so intelligent and so lost in thought that they not even clearly hearing what niggas be saying, and they projecting what they thought they heard and assuming. And like my uncle said, don't assume shit, because you make an ass out of you, not me.
There
you
you
feel
go.
me?
There you go.
Like that shit crazy. Like, man, but don't nobody take his ass serious, man. Like, okay, the earth is flat. Now what? That's all the motherfucker really gotta say. The earth is flat. Now what? Now what, nigga?
He a bitch ass nigga. That what?
Now what? What? The earth is flat, nigga. Now what? What are we gonna do?
He gonna be around here wearing a little
Won't
skirt.
that nigga take? Well, if he's so FBA, why don't he go around the FBA and start talking that flat earth shit and see how that work out for him? I look at that shit like Lord Alba, the FBA Moore motherfucker. That nigga went from Moore to FBA and started wearing suits and shit like he did Gregory or some shit. Like
no.
that ain't number board, they ain't number fence riders and shit. Oh, when the grass is green on this side, I'm gonna jump on this side of the fence. When the grass is dying up, I'm gonna jump back on the other side of the fence. If they both not making no head wave, I'm gonna just straddle the fence. You know, like, yeah, so I don't know.
That nigga trying to get a check.
I like
That's
that.
all I see.
I like that, but I like indulging in that conversation, because I got inquiries from niggas who say Aboriginals is undermining the reparations movement.
No,
I love that conversation.
Pan-Africans, Pan-Africans is really.
I think Bessie was on his channel, and Sarnetta said that shit. He gave a long little speech. Why? That's why we can't do that, because niggas are stopping the movement. We ain't stopping them from doing shit. Do what y'all fucking doing,
God.
but y'all
Actually,
can't
we
prove
are.
shit that y'all
Actually, we are. He's talking about the lawsuits.
No, we not, because at the end of the day, it's like this. Pan-Africans is really the biggest blockers of the FBA shit, just to keep it a buck, because they want to include all niggas worldwide in they shit, and FBA niggas don't like that shit. And if y'all go around these FBA circles, you know, people will see that the motherfuckers, as far as like black people go, we just using this as lamest term, that they battle the most is Pan-Africans. They don't like Pan-Africans. They don't fuck with Pan-Africans, because Pan-Africans is too fucking inclusive, and they have wasted a half of a century, if not more, with their fucking ideology and haven't accomplished shit. But when we look at this Aboriginal shit, we can go into the courtrooms and show what people done won their tribal rights back, and they got certain aspects of understanding when we start talking about this law shit on how the government deal with them type shit. You feel me?
Tell it, True. Tell it. These motherfuckers lying, and they projecting, and they trying to goddamn create dissension. That's what the fuck they doing. And he just don't step his foot in some shit. And he should have stayed out of whatever the fuck he was doing with FBA. He should have kept that shit behind closed doors. He should have never came on goddamn on the internet with that fuck shit. Period.
Well, you know, a baby always fall down and bump their heads every now and then.
That nigga ain't no goddamn baby. He a drunk nigga. That what the fuck
He a baby when it comes to this Aboriginal shit.
That nigga true.
Yeah, that nigga some
Trust me. Let me tell you something. And I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 with you. Ever since he had that damn debate with AP, that nigga be in everybody's fucking chat, and he be in the motherfucking bushes listening. He be listening. So he ain't no goddamn baby.
Well, he been poking this stick at the barrel for a minute, and now he getting what the fuck he asking for. So I just say let this fire burn the fuck out. And after that, it ain't gonna be nothing but smoke left. And that's where the fuck I'm gonna come in at. I relinquish the flow.
That's what I'm talking about, Smoke. Cause that shit crazy as hell. That nigga know what the hell he talking about. And he knew what he was when he did that little rant. And then when he critiqued AP video, cause he got mad cause A1 got up there and said what the fuck he said. That period point blank. He just got mad.
So that nigga
A1,
LBA now.
A1 was fucking that dude up on the piano. He was beating the shit out of him. And then the conversation got switched to flat earth. I was waiting for the white slave shit. And A1 was getting ready to drop it. But A1 fucked him up and then the conversation got switched to flat earth. That's when I
You
lost.
kind of broke out, Sister Beth.
Oh, I said A1 was fucking him up or fucking them up with A1 was fucking them up. And then it got switched to flat earth. That's when it got switched to flat earth. I'm like,
Man, these folks can't handle A1. A1 be coming in like a goddamn ninja and be chopping their goddamn
he was
heads
fucking them
off.
up. He was fucking their ass up on that piano. I watched it.
And he be
But
dropping
niggas be
new
trying to
science
critique
on
us.
their ass that they can't damn refute. They can't rebut it. They can't do nothing about it. And so then here they come because they know he telling the truth. And then they don't got paid by their handlers to goddamn stop him. That's all they
But I
did.
don't know why that nigga capping, because that nigga not gonna go extreme like how them real FBA motherfuckers is, just to keep it a buck. Because if he did, he'll lose a nice percentage of his crowd. And we know he pandered to that other side a lot. 1 minute he'll uplift all the black shit, and then when the nigga come up there on that type of time, he'll try to shut the nigga down like, oh, you being a racist. Why? We know why.
That nigga crazy.
We ain't gotta say why, but we know why. That's a nigga straddling the fence. That's why I say, man, I don't even take this shit serious. Like, real talk. Like, you know, and can't nobody sit here and say we fucking up any movement, because the nigga that made the best fucking connection with the FBA in support is BAP.
Yeah, he did.
BAP took a lot of slack behind that shit.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I took some slack behind that shit for standing besides, bro, when niggas was trying to talk shit about, bro, and put words in his mouth. Then they started trying to put words in my motherfucking mouth.
Yeah, they were calling him back for aging and everything.
All types of shit. Real shit. Said the nigga black now and all that shit.
Yeah, who paying you? They kept asking him, who paying you? Why you with this black shit? You know
Well,
what
it
I'm saying?
definitely ain't them, because we never see them in the pay-per-view live. It's shit. Nigga, it ain't you. And that's another problem with niggas now. If you really support a motherfucker and you look at them as the face of your movement, you gotta put money behind that nigga to make sure don't no other money from the outside come in and compromise the nigga. Now, that's not towards BAP, because BAP is fucking uncompromised. Everybody over here, the core, key value motherfuckers, we ain't compromisable. But on some G shit, the reason why niggas shit is fucked up and niggas don't have no say, fuck on the internet, niggas say don't mean shit in their own fucking neighborhood. Why? Because they too busy calling motherfuckers agents and not putting their money behind a motherfucker that they consider a fucking friend or a real fucking family member. You leave the door open for money to come in and compromise a motherfucker that mean to do good.
There you go.
You niggas don't put y'all money where y'all mouth is. That's why, like, I had stopped for a minute, because I remember when I first came back, I was speaking about all that self-accountability shit, and I got a lot of slack on that. But nigga, I ain't never changed on that. I stand on that shit.
Well, I me myself,
niggas want free shit.
Me myself, I don't have a problem with niggas identifying as black, bro. Ain't that just a reclassification?
Yeah, oh God.
It's just another reclassification. How you just gonna single out black as a reclassification and not deal with all the other reclassifications? You know what I'm saying? To me, that's just redundant as hell. It's a time wasting tactic, if you ask me.
All this shit is a goddamn distraction from what we need to be doing and what we should be doing. But I just hate for 50-faced ass niggas to be doing crazy shit. That shit is a distraction. What you doing this for? You weren't doing it from the beginning when y'all after y'all had the debate. You acting like you was over here, so you ain't over here now. So okay, then it's up, straight up. Like I
You
told
want to
them
know one
today.
of the
Oh,
biggest? My bad, sis. I'm sorry. I thought you was done.
no, I'm just saying. Like I said it about them today. Niggas be with that 50 face shit. Just let that shit be up, straight up. Ain't no goddamn
Oh
making
God.
peace. Fuck that.
You want to
We've been
know
trying to be peaceful and not goddamn be at war with motherfuckers, but fuck that.
the
Well,
biggest
Straight up.
social experiment is knowing that niggas love conflict. So how do you bring views? Cause a conflict.
Well, my biggest problem is I refuse, and I'm standing on this. I'm not. I'm not joining in no fight for reparations if I gotta denounce my fucking true identity. I'm not. When
That's
I
a fact,
know,
sis.
when I know that there, when I know that I can do the same fucking thing that the Master Pequot did, and they kept their fucking name, and their name was written out in a treaty, and the motherfuckers came back and got their status back. So if they could do it, I feel like I could do it. So I'm not
There you go, Becky.
joining nobody's fucking reparation fight just to say I'm a fucking nigga. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
You said
Yeah.
that on Sinella, and I commend you for that. You said that on Sinetta when Sinetta went on that whole little rant when you said no, I'm not, for the reparation, I'm for restitution.
Facts.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
watched the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
it's
Cause
like
I
this.
supported you. You know what I'm saying? I was in the chat. I just didn't get up on the panel because I didn't feel like it was needed because I already know the information that you displaying. But my point was, you know what I'm saying? Why you sitting here worrying about goddamn reparation, motherfucker? You from the islands. Why you worrying about goddamn reparation?
And there we go right there. That's why I said, to be honest, FBAs don't fuck with none of them Pan-African ass niggas because they too fucking inclusive. They want to include every nigga on the fucking earth. And that's not gonna fucking happen. You feel me? At the end of the day, you feel me? Like, hey, I ain't out there marching for no fucking reparation, but guess what? I'm not gonna be counterproductive to my brothers and sisters because we got different ideologies. I'm a support in the wing. Like, hey, woo woo woo. If shit go up, hey, just know I'm gonna come rushing to your aid. Like I expect you to do the same for me. But after y'all get done doing what y'all doing, hey nigga, the move finna be restitution, nigga. And I think that's something that, regardless of ideologies, we all can agree on. That it was shit that was deliberately stolen. What about force? What about bad business practice? You feel me? Or what about natural disaster? That we lost and it was deliberately manipulated and done, and it has to be made right, which is the definition of restitution.
And that's the truth.
That's what
Correct.
I'm for.
But
That's
did
what
you
I'm
hear
for.
Garfield? Hold on, True. Did you hear Garfield say that he's entitled to whatever we get?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say FBAs don't fuck with Pan Africans because that's the shit them niggas be on. Garfield is not entitled to shit.
He's
But
not.
a fucking free banana boat to go back in reverse the way he came, nigga.
Correct. You ran out with the British and gave up your tribal rule. So therefore, bitch, you don't get nothing.
But they got something in
Yeah.
Jamaica. They got something in Jamaica going after
Okay,
that.
well,
Like
take
he
your
need to,
ass back.
yeah, he need to
Throw it over
be
the
on
No,
boat.
but
board. He need to
he's
be on
supposed to
board.
get the shit because he's here
Look,
in America. And
no,
he
listen.
feel like because
We
his
don't agree with
children was
that.
born here in America
That
He
don't
ain't
mean
that
getting
shit.
he's
that bitch ain't
entitled
getting
to
nothing.
it.
He
No,
ain't
no, no,
getting
no, no,
nothing.
no, no. That don't mean shit. That's like a goddamn Mexican saying that nigga, my baby was born here. I'm entitled to reparation. No, Jose. No way, Jose. That shit is over with. But what I'm
That's what
saying
that
is,
nigga said on Sunday.
I find it disingenuous that he's trying to attach himself to that. And honestly, he really being counterproductive. That shit is really rhetorical more than direct, to keep it a buck. But they actually got something in Jamaica that's similar to the FBA movement. Nigga, you need to be promoting and pushing that amongst every Jamaican that's in America
to cause a head of steam back home, along with your brothers and sisters that you got a direct linkage with.
They got they shit in Jamaica. You know what it was? They independence, and that's all the fuck they get.
Like right now, the Maroons in the mountains and shit is going to war right now because they trying to fucking creep up on their land for mining and shit. Like I seen the video of that brother on YouTube, like real shit. Like I stand with that brother and them people there and what they fighting for. And I ain't even from fucking Jamaica. I ain't got no entitlement to that shit.
Me either.
But I know where the fuck he coming from, and I feel him and I respect it because I'm lightweight going through the same shit in a different way that he going through right now. Like they didn't want to be part of that society and shit. They stay in the mountains. They still live the old ways. And it was a young brother that was their chief. The brother had to be like about my age, anywhere between like 30 and fucking 40 years old. And he got a whole group behind him. But on here, why the fuck Garfield ain't talking about that?
This the question I want to ask y'all though, right? Because they still basing their reparation claim on what transpired between West African kidnapped victims who became slaves when they arrived on this continent. How they gonna prove that in court? Because if you're gonna make a claim against somebody, you're gonna have to take it to court, right? How they gonna prove that in court? If this is their single narrative, how in the hell they gonna prove that in court through documentation? And the documents don't exist.
Well, the problem is they ain't gonna be able to prove it only because of the simple fact that they're documented as leaving with the British. Their identity is documented as leaving with the British.
That's all.
They can't prove that they foundation Black Americans because
before they left with the British,
that they from here.
Before they left with the British, they had a fucking identity. It was called Pequots. Before they left with the British, they were Pequots, and their asses was put over in Jamaica.
Yeah, prisoners of wars during the Pequot Wars.
They was not niggers or Negroes. They were Pequots when they left up out of here.
See, I think they under the impression that if they can go back
reclassified, they did.
I think they under the impression that if they can go so far back into their genealogy to a certain time period, that they will automatically qualify for this thing called reparations based on how those people was identified that they are related to. But if they still trying to claim it is via slavery, they're gonna have to prove that too. And that's just not gonna happen, bro. I feel sorry for niggas who think they gonna get it via that method. You're not gonna be able to prove that.
Now,
well, Smoke, you know them niggas they gonna prove they Indian.
You want resources for them fucking Jamaicans today that were formerly Pequots? Yeah, we got records. We got resources. Look at the fucking casino. Foxwoods, that's your damn resource.
Tell that nigga to hit the link.
Yeah.
Tell that nigga to hit the link. Don't argue with him from down there. Hit the link, nigga.
Man, just for public record, right? I want every indigenous person on this earth, no matter what geographic location, to be restored back what was rightfully stolen from them by various means. What if it was through prisoners of wars? Whether it's through bad business practice, which was done intentionally, force out of catastrophic events and shit, which had narratives and alternative motives behind that as well too. I want them all to get their shit back. But for the record, nigga, I can only be concerned about where the fuck I'm at. And motherfuckers need to start being concerned about where the fuck they at. And when it comes to our people right here on this mainland, we really need to understand that. Because everybody else is working but us. we're working, but we're working and being divided and shit by different ideologies and shit. And a lot of them bitches was intentionally put towards us and shit. You feel me? And we all can get the same goal, even if we got different understanding of how we get there. It's just like, hey, you know, that's y'all shit. I'll support y'all. This our shit. Support us when the time come. You feel me? Like, hey, but that's y'all shit.
But
I don't want your shit, nigga. But don't ask for my shit either.
But truth, here's
My
where the
bad,
problem lies. But truth, here's where the problem lay. And this shit is serious. The Pan Boo Boos and the fucking FPAs are with those names are stating a history that happened to them, which in fact happened to us. And now, let's say they go to the fucking court and the judge rule in favor of the Pan Boo Boos. All right?
Right.
Now, by the time we go, oh, that didn't happen to you. That happened to Pan Africans. That never happened to you. We don't got no win. So we can't go to the court telling the same story, being different people. The first bitch that get there and it's a win.
Right.
But here's the thing. The court got the records, and they're never going to rule in the favor of a Pan-African or FPA, because what they're saying that happened to them really happened to us.
You seen what happened in the court case in the Northern District of Illinois, of Illinois, right?
No, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, they already tried to go to court about reparations and shit. That shit got shut down without merit.
Oh, because the story they're telling happened to us. All the unrecognized tribes. The courts
and they know
it.
it.
That's why they ain't gonna
Yeah,
ever win.
As a matter of fact, a lot of the FBA doctrine right now, as far as legalese goes, is based off of that case.
And they're not gonna win either.
Yeah.
Because
that's why I think a lot of this shit
crazy part though, when they do their genealogy, they come back to a damn tribe. That shit crazy.
That's why I think a lot of this shit is really like, man, they playing games. But like, you know, man, you don't want to just come in while niggas is building on their shit and just be disruptive, like woo woo. So it's just like, hey, you know, it's almost like, you know, your friend fucking with a motherfucker that you know ain't shit, right? But you don't want to be the reason they downfall, or you know, you try to tell them and they might take it the wrong way and y'all fall out. You just like, fuck, I'm gonna just fall back and let whatever happen. I'll be there for them when you know they come
that's
crying.
what you're supposed
You
to.
feel
So
me?
they're gonna be mad at you.
Yeah, you feel me? So that's how I look at this shit. I feel like motherfuckers is playing games with our peoples and shit. Like they know they not gonna run that shit.
Exactly.
And because Tariq don't found it out, but he want to switch the narrative because he want the money up out the shit. And he already know, just like his goof ass know what tribe his ass go back to. He know he ain't no
he not gonna get
African.
reparations for them people.
No, but he gonna keep
especially under
pushing it,
FBA.
and he gonna keep having everybody marching for it, like goddamn Martin Luther King with that fuck shit. That's what it is.
Like, look, this is the type of shit that they do, right? Like the reparation shit that passed in Evanston, Illinois, right? That's a suburb of Chicago on the north side. It's like after you cross Howard, and you know, man, you go a little bit more north, maybe like a half a mile, you either gonna be in Skokie or Evanston, depending on how far east or how far west you is. So they got a reparation claim, right? But you gotta prove you had an ancestor there from between 1969 and like 1970 or some shit like that. A lot of motherfuckers don't even realize that it was actually our people that was living in those areas during that time. that like we really dominated the population of Chicago. I'm talking about going all the way back into the 1800s.
Oh, it go back.
You feel
deeper
me?
than, it go back further than
Deeper
that.
than that. But I'm talking about like documented record, right? You know, like you can easily go find these documents and shit, right? Our population has been the biggest in Chicago going back at least to the 1860s, the 1850s, the 1830s. I'm talking about, and not in no, yes sir, hey boss, let me shine your shoe. Like, no. Not only was we running the politics, we was running a lot of industries, but we was also running the underground market too. That's why I say Chicago different. Like, the mob don't run shit in Chicago. Like, you know, nigga, you stay where the fuck you at, we stay where the fuck we at. We might bump into each other. It's a mutual, hey, how you doing? Or might not even say shit, just keep it pushing. You feel me? A lot of shit that they know, they learn from us. Bootlegging, we had control on the fucking hooch. A lot of hooch was coming up out of fucking Mississippi. That was some of the best ones. Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky. That's where a lot of the hooch was coming from to the Midwest. They try to make it seem like niggas didn't get there until after the Great Migration and to the like, yeah, they came up there, but nigga, we funded like even the projects. We was the money behind the projects. It was some shit built temporarily until we was able to house. But then a lot of weird shit started going on with the politics, and we know the dynamics of the politics start changing. See, a lot of people don't even know that. I didn't even know that. You feel me? So, you know, man, it's like a lot of this shit is just straight up disingenuous on how these narratives are being painted and shit about our people and shit. And it's like, you know, man, our people done finally bought into a lot of that shit. And it's like, man, I ain't finna give myself a heart attack and stress the fuck out trying to convince none of these motherfuckers. Hey, let them niggas believe what they gonna believe. And, you know, hey, at the end of the day, man, you know what? We still family at the end of the day. So after you realize what's going on, man, it's still all love. But I ain't never changed who the fuck I am.
It's like these. It's like masterminding the people to really make them think you're doing something, but you're not. And that's just painful, man. It's fucked up and it's painful.
I kind of found out, you know, back in the day, a lot of these major cities was ran by black people, but they was killing them. You know what I'm saying? And when they started the killing game going on, you know, it made a lot of people timid, and so they moved away. So the white people moved in. That's the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? Because before they started, you know, killing people in gangs and shit, and mobbing people and breaking into their homes and burning them up and all that shit, though, you know, we weren't doing nobody like that. We weren't burning them up in their homes and, you know, just getting a whole row of them and shooting them down and stuff like that. They was really doing crazy shit to our people. And we weren't really fighting back like we supposed to, because we really supposed to have to stomp their ass out and kick them out of here. That's what we really supposed to have done. That really was supposed to have went
Well,
on.
by that time, Andrew Jackson had so many of our people. That's why he was able to march. That's how you know his ass was a nigga, because he came down with a bunch of niggas. Right? Truth. Where did Andrew Jackson go? He led all them fucking Indians. He had all them motherfuckers with him.
Man, all you gotta do is just you look up the Yashu land agreement, and that shit will show you some of the split we had amongst our people right there.
That's just crazy, though. I mean,
I
just
know he
looking
was a
back on
nigga.
the
He had to be. Andrew Jackson had to be a black nigga or a mulatto to have a bunch of niggas marching with him to go take out a bunch of other niggas.
I think he was a mulatto.
He came from the north and went to the south. He had a bunch of niggas with him.
Yeah, I think he was a mulatto.
Yeah. That was the only way that was going to happen.
Because it seems to me like most red niggas, real light-skinned niggas, they be more aggressive.
The fuck is this person talking about? Y'all don't even agree what She just said, "What the fuck is? Oh God, man, we get these motherfuckers in here that just go to fuck.
What they say? Who was it?
Y'all don't even agree with what she just said.
Well, who just
Fuck out
said?
of here. Don't die so fucking weird. These motherfuckers make me sick.
Yeah. That shit.
What's his name?
I
Joe?
don't know. I guess I'm just like really hurt with what Sanchez. I am. I don't know if he was drinking, but I never seen him get down like that, man. It's kind of hurt my heart, man. Cause like just like he do a lot of
If he was
research
drinking or
in
what,
his
but that
flat
was
earth.
straight disrespectful.
I mean, just like he do a lot of research in his flat earth, we do a lot of research in our history, and then to go on this panel and throw that back at us is just like heartbreaking, you know.
Will Sanchez was
Tell you
basically
something,
looking.
baby. He got mad. He was mad
Sanchez
because
was
A1 said
basically.
what he said. And he
Sanchez was
caught
basically
himself
looking.
pulling up on A1. That's what he did.
I'm talking about him
My
saying
mic
we
still
didn't
working. Mic
build.
check. Mic check.
Oh, I can
We
hear
hear
you,
you,
Smoke.
Smoke. We hear you. I'm
No, I
sorry.
was just saying Sanchez is basically looking for smoke, and now he got it. So, welcome to the damn party. It is what it is. We ain't even we ain't even try to we ain't even got to try to figure it out no more. He looking for smoke. Now we got it. It just smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he
And
went bananas because
yeah.
what
I mean,
made me actually pay
it is
attention
what
when
it
he
is.
called Mama Chief a bitch. And I was like, wait a minute.
I must have turned it off
Then
at that point because I didn't watch the
I'm
whole
like,
thing.
wait a minute, dude. What the fuck? Like, I had to run that shit back. Like, he actually said that?
Oh, I
Like,
didn't
for
hear
real?
that part. I turned it off after they wasn't talking about the white slaves. I thought, when it switched to flat earth, that's when I turned it off because I thought they was gonna talk about the white slaves. But
No, I'm talking about when he just reaction to AP video that he jumped up on when A1 went bananas on his ass and he thought A1 was gonna be quiet and wasn't gonna say nothing. And A1 still kept going and he got mad after Mama Chief jumped up there and showed her paperwork, and that's when he got off the panel. But I didn't know he had went and made a reaction video because I don't follow him like that. So I didn't know he had done did this video until Chief them just played it. That's some disrespectful ass shit. Ain't no way to slice that.
oh, I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I
I was
heard it.
gone. I was gone after he switched it to flat earth. I was waiting for them to talk about the white slaves. Never even got there. So I was like, fuck it. I just logged off.
Yeah, but he just did a reaction video to the video of him being on AP channel. That's what Cuddy them just played.
Oh.
That's what everybody up in arms about, the reaction video he just made.
Right. I saw that. I saw the reaction video. I'm the one who told Chief and Cuddy about the reaction video. I'm talking about the part about the white slaves. They never got to that part. So I left.
Man, he just mad because A1 a hell of a nigga and he can't goddamn do nothing about it. When it comes to this Aboriginal history, I'm sorry. A lot of people don't like it and they think he cocky and he arrogant, but he got a right to do so because he know more than everybody. And he keep digging. He digging when other people ain't digging. He keep it going. And that's good determination because he started finding out shit that we didn't know. Betty, you good too. I give you your props. You done came a long way from where you was, but yeah, ain't nobody fucking with A1. I'm sorry. You might well go and get your study in before you come fucking with him, and that means go watch all his goddamn videos so you'll know what the hell you talking about. Cause you can't play with him for real, for real. And that shit was disrespectful. It was disrespectful. I'm sorry. It was just too disrespectful for me. And I want her to set woman, and that was so disrespectful to our elder. That don't make no sense. For that alone, he should be goddamn cussed the fuck out. For that right there alone. All the other shit he said, yeah, he all brand with it. But the disrespect Mama Chief the way he did, I ain't did that. Cause you don't have no paperwork, cause you don't know how to go get your paperwork. That's not our business. That's your business.
Sanchez know how
And
to
he
get his
finna,
fucking paperwork. He even admitted that he was Choctaw because he's from Alabama. He know
I
all
know
that.
where the
That's why I
country
was
nigga
shocked.
from.
No, I'm saying he even admitted he's Choctaw, but I just don't understand the quick change around because he was saying he's Aboriginal, and I don't know, was he drinking? I was shocked at the whole thing.
Somebody don't pay that nigga Bessie.
Huh?
That nigga got a large following. Somebody done paid that nigga.
Yeah, but a lot of his followers are flat earthers. They're not into like Aboriginal history. They're into the flat earth stuff.
Yeah, but he can change a nigga mind though. That's what people be looking at. How many people follow you, regardless of what they follow you for? Can you change their mind? Because at first he came out after him and AP had the debate that he was with us. You understand what I'm saying?
Huh?
That's what he said. He said when after him and AP had that debate that he was with us. And
Yeah.
that's when he went to talking about he was Choctaw and all that shit there. He said he was with us. So now is all this you was a slave, I was a slave, you got a social
He
security
been
card, a
saying he
birth
was
certificate.
Choctaw. He been
That's what
even
I'm
before
saying.
that debate. Even before that debate, Sanchez know he was Choctaw because he's from Alabama. But way before
I'm
that.
just telling you what the man said.
Yeah, I'm the one who
I heard
set
it
the
out his
debate
mouth.
up.
I know.
He even mentioned that when he was debating with Chief, when I set up.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So,
That's why I'm saying I don't understand why he doing that. He got to be on got paid off. It just can't be all of a sudden he just woke up and felt like that. Somebody had to pay him. Know what it sound like to me?
I don't know. I think that's probably his original intention in his heart. I don't think nobody have to pay him to do that because Sanchez audience is just as large as St. Netters. So I don't doubt it. I don't think he got paid. I think that's just his heart. Where his heart is at. You know? Because he's a flat earther. I mean, if he was really into his family lineage, that's probably something that he would teach his audience. But due to the circumstances, he promotes different things. He promotes, swirling, and he says that. So it would be difficult for him to get his audience to understand their genealogy history because he promotes swirling. And it's hard to teach swirling people about our history and to
You know,
be and established tribes, right?
No, it ain't. It's the truth, just the truth. I mean, you can like what you like. I tell niggas this all the time. Just cause you like, varieties, it don't change the reality of the situation. If you like white women, that don't make her black, and that don't make you white. You just like what you like. You like that variety, but the truth is the truth. Niggas and white people are two different type of species.
Right.
You're not the same thing.
No, I get that, and I get that too, because no one can tell you who to fall in love with. That's true. But that's
why I tell niggas that all the time. See, a lot of niggas can't accept the reality of the situation. They gotta equate themselves with each other. No, you like something that ain't of your kind, my nigga.
But if
you like white bitches, you like Asian bitches, them not your people though. Ain't nobody telling you who to get with, but don't just cause you get with them, don't try to make them us, my nigga. They not us. I like white bitches too, but nah, white bitch, you not us.
I just say the nigga done got paid.
But I'm saying
the fact that he talking about reparations.
If you're, of course, no one can make you fall in love with who you fall in love with. You fall in love with who you fall in love with. But to promote what we promote on our platforms, as far as establishing your family tribe, their tribe would be whited out because they're with, foreigners. It would be a tribe of foreigners.
Yeah, but what's the likelihood of you getting whited out though? Cause
ain't ours whited out? The main 6? Are they not?
No, not really, because the majority of those people got reclassified. You see what I'm saying? They didn't really get whited out through no natural process. They just got eliminated.
I'm talking about the fight out of ones that's established and recognized now.
Right, I'm just saying, but those original
people that are in there right now are all white people.
Yeah, but that's not because they got bred out. That's because they got replaced. They was actually replaced on paper by people who not even. Right,
they're not freedmen in them goddamn in them damn Cherokee and Choctaw position. Them freedmen's in that shit. Them your freedmen's right there.
Well,
they taking the bureau and all that shit.
They can technically, all them freedmen that's alive can vote their ass out, because they do have elections and they could be voted out.
Man, that's the same as our presidential election. They put whoever the hell they want to put in there.
Yeah, but all the people that they got on the fucking Dawes rolls and them tribes is dead. So how they gonna vote?
They descendants, but they descendants not looking for them. That's them FBAs. The FBAs ain't looking for their people on no damn Dawes roll, because they don't believe that they are what we say they are.
We talking about
no, I'm telling you. No, we're not. I'm telling you.
No, I'm talking about the Cherokee tribes that have freedmen. That you remember the freedmen that the court ruled that they had to let the freedmen back in.
But they're not gonna let them in there, Bessie.
They're already in there.
What I'm saying is, Bessie, this is what I'm saying. Like, we vote for our president, and the people there who we want to be the president and all that right there, they don't let us vote directly for who it is. They put who they want in there. That's why the shit is still white, because they don't want your black ass in there, because they know that you gonna let everybody in.
Georgia, I'm talking about the tribes. I'm not talking about the United States government. I'm talking about.
I know that. I was just making a similarity. That's what I was saying.
But if all those damn freedmen that they had to let back in there voted, they would vote them out, because there's more freedmen than there are the white people in those tribes.
That's basically what I was saying. They got rid of the niggas. You know what I'm saying? They didn't breed them out. They just got rid of them. They said y'all can't be included in this because y'all not really the real people. Y'all Africans. You know what I'm saying? Y'all blood quantum don't match up. But they was really talking to them was the original people. They got
Correct.
they got disenfranchised. So they didn't really go nowhere. They got reclassified.
But the court ruled that they had to put them back and give them the equal rights of all the members that's in there now. And
Right,
so
but
now
they still being identified as freedmen though, and they're not really freedmen. Those are the
bro.
original Indians, the original
Correct.
Aboriginals.
I get that. I get that, Smoke. What I'm saying is if they voted and they got back in the positions, they can correct the shit, right? They'll have the power to correct their identities back, is what I'm saying.
But see, that goes back to what Georgia Peach just said. Most of them don't even believe that they are actually the Indians, so they don't even care. They just think they niggas and Black Americans and African Americans in America.
Not at this point. Trust me, they know.
It's some that know. I mean, the word is getting out.
They know.
Yeah, but they need to step up.
I bet you every last one of them players probably saying, "God damn."
Yeah, they need to step up then and change the rules. They need to step up and start letting the real people in and not these damn imposters. And then we won't have the shit that we have because it won't be no more FBA. I bet you that. I put money it won't be no more FBA. And everybody figure out who they are when they do that genealogy. And the judge said, let me see your genealogy. And he gonna say, oh, your people didn't come from Africa. Well, why are you in this suit? Oh, I'm gonna deny you. Then they gonna be looking crazy. Like, oh damn, I am an Indian. Shit is stupid. Shit is straight stupid. Can't nobody I have ever met say that they got them have some African in their family until they take a damn DNA test. And when they take that DNA test, it don't match up with their paperwork. Then what? Then nobody have no answer for then what? So that's all it be. That's what I've seen from Not a Coincidence ass, Lucky ass, YK the Truth. All these old sucker ass niggas come around here and say, oh, my grandma didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Because I took a DNA test and my DNA test says this. So you gonna believe your DNA test over your damn grandma and she know what the hell she talking about. So evidently, like King Cass said his grandma was stupid. That blew me. I was blown. Then I just said I didn't say nothing else. I couldn't say nothing else. You gonna say your grandma was stupid? That's the boldest shit I've ever heard in my life. In my whole entire life.
Well, yeah, that's the type of shit I expect coming from niggas like King Cass. It wouldn't even surprise me. Because to accept one narrative, you got to reject the other one. Like even the Bible say you can't serve two masters. So yeah, he can't agree with what his bloodline say and then agree with DNA. One of those got to be on the back burner and one of those got to be on the front burner. So it is what it is. And if a nigga still trying to identify as an African in the face of all these recent information that's coming to the light, then hey, what you expect? How you expect what you expect their sentiment to be? I wouldn't expect nothing less from a nigga like that. I relinquish the flow.
This shit just crazy to me, Smoke. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because we resonate with the true information, and they resonating with the fallacy. They wholeheartedly believe in the fallacy. They believe the boats came with niggas on them, and they killed the Indians before the niggas got here. I mean, they believe all that goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? They believe that goofy shit.
Let me tell you what was the good thing for me that I be laughing about. How about when they came to West Africa, they asked you what you know how to do? Can you dance? Can you sing? Can you build things? You know what I'm saying? If you said yes, then you got on the boat. That's the funny shit to me. Because how is it that we got all the niggas that can sing, that can dance, that can do all this shit, build shit, make shit, and they brought them over here and they built up this country, but they didn't build that motherfucker up over there before they got here. Y'all made that shit up. Y'all made that shit up. I'm sorry. Y'all made that shit up. Cause
Well, in
ain't no
order,
way in the fucking hell.
well, in order to build up a civilization, you have to have the resources. And Africa lacks those resources. You know what I'm saying? Africa is not it's not an abundant landmass. You know what I mean? That's why they
Nigga,
still got a lot of dirt
you
roads
know,
out of there.
nigga, let me
They
tell
don't
you
have
something. You
they
know,
don't have the
good
resources.
goddamn well, we make a way when it ain't no goddamn way. So ain't no way in the hell you gonna tell me that these motherfuckers got taken from West Africa. They could have made a way out of no way to goddamn build West Africa up at least.
No, it ain't
That's
nothing to
at
build.
least.
It ain't nothing there in West Africa to build it up with, is what I'm saying. It's nothing there to build it up with.
Nigga,
You
they
got to
could
get
have
the
scoured all over the damn continent to find some shit, to do some shit. We motherfucking make a way out of no way. So you mean tell me that all the smart niggas got on the boat, said, damn, we can't find shit to do over here. So we gonna get on the boat and go over here with y'all. And then we gonna build it up over here for y'all. But then we gonna go back over there and try to build it up. Man, go ahead on with that dumb shit. That shit is dumb. Shit is dumb as hell. Ain't no way in the motherfucking hell. All the smart niggas get on the boat. And y'all got me fucked up. That shit crazy. All the singers, the dancers, the instrument players, the instrument builders, they all got on the damn boat and came over here. Y'all crazy
AP.
as hell.
What's up with you, AP?
Shit, looking at this nigga drop, looking at, you know what I mean, the nigga who about to die real soon, you know what I'm saying?
No, I think Drop
What?
fell asleep. Drop fell asleep up there. He ain't saying nothing in over 2 hours.
Oh yeah, he's sleep. He must have been lit tonight.
Oh man, that's funny. So
What
they,
y'all
they
got
had
going
like
on?
they had like a little checkbook, before you got on the boat in Africa Air Power. So I guess they put you down as being able to be a rapper.
Who, me?
Yeah.
When?
As you entered the ship to come from Africa, they wanted to know your talents.
Oh
So
yeah.
they checked off that you would be a great rapper when you reached the United States.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Georgia Peach told them that she know how to make peach cobbler.
Oh yeah, you got picked. You was one of the first ones. You had a good seat. You make pick. Sit up, right?
Right, Georgia?
Hell yeah, that's how it had to go out. Cause how the hell they ain't got that shit over there and we got it over here? That's crazy as hell.
I ain't
All the
never.
inventions that everybody use in the world come off from over here and don't come from over there. And these goofy motherfuckers talking about, oh, they were African.
And I'm trying to figure out where they didn't have no fucking tools to make this buildings and shit that we got over here. They have no brick or no clay or nothing.
Man, that nigga drop, man. That nigga really sleep. Damn. Drop, wake up, bro.
Yeah, Drop gone.
That's why his shit on mute.
Drop was up here with that pseudo information. Cut shut his ass down. We was talking about what Sanchez was talking about slavery and shit, but we didn't drifted off topic now.
Yeah, that's the topic. I let them niggas beat up on him on that topic.
Ain't no white slaves, y'all.
Right.
That's what Sanchez said. And we don't know. We didn't build nothing.
Right.
Oh yeah, he said
We didn't
if we
build
got a
shit.
birth certificate and a social security card, we were slaves.
Yeah. Just like
And he say we
everybody.
fucking delusional about. Let me tell you what he did. He got mad because you remember when A1 hopped up on the panel and he was talking about that shit and Sanchez was saying some shit. And then he came over and A1 still was standing on what the fuck he was saying. And then Mama Chief chopped up there and showed her paperwork. Oh, he don't call her a bitch and everything. Talking about why she coming with the paperwork and all that shit. Like she the only one with paperwork. Like can't nobody else get no damn paperwork. That shit was crazy as hell though. He pissed me the fuck out cause how you just gonna call that lady out her name like that? That lady ain't saying nothing ugly to you or none of that. That was so disrespectful. I don't know how much money he done got paid for his fuckery, but he need to be charged straight up.
Yeah, man, bro. Sanchez is a wild boy. You know, he believed white people, brown people, all the people was all born and created at the same time at the same spot, which is in the north. You know what I'm saying? In the North Pole. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, we just have different perspectives on things. You know.
I'm just pretty hurt, you know, that he said that we didn't build nothing, and I mean, we didn't build nothing, and if so, why doesn't it show today? And I just thought that was so hurtful, man. I did.
It's for clickbait.
That could be, but I think they got a couple of $100 for it though.
I mean, you know, they could have paid the ref. You know.
I mean, who would pay him to say something like that? The one white guy that be in his fucking audience.
Nah,
But
that
then you
one
hear
white guy
people
you
sit
don't
there
see.
and say we fucking it up for reparations. We fucking up their movement. Nigga, when you get a movement?
He ain't no FBA, and FBA teacher. Listen, first of all, we not trying to stop the movement and shit. And y'all shouldn't be trying to get no motherfucking reparations being a slave base. You know what I'm saying? Reparations is paid for war wages. Africans didn't go to war here on this land. My peoples went to war here on this land. I'm not saying that so-called fake people that was classified as Africans didn't fight in war. We know you can be classified as an African or African descent and not even descend from Africa. That's called being non-descendable. So they use these colloquial semantics, ninja moves, and try to persuade the conversation. At the end of the day, you know, we're trying to get shit and just teaching the truth. You know, it lines up. We don't have no problem with you speaking about flat Earth. You see what I'm saying? All right, boom. Scissors say all the time Bro Sanchez put in, and boom, flat Earth is proved to be right. And they say, look,
I
boys,
love
we lied to you. Okay, then what?
I love the flat Earth teachings.
I
That's why
love
I
it
go
too.
over there.
I
I
love it
love
too.
love when he teach about the flat Earth. I'm just heard about.
I'm asking you though, what the government come out, bro, Sister Bethy, and say, look, we lied about the Earth. It's flat. What you gonna get out of that now? Just
That
another
same
admitted,
thing True said, and then
just
what?
another admitted truth on top of the lies that has been told. What is more important out of a lie? Something about the Earth being flat, which you're probably never going to be able to physically verify that because you don't have aerial devices to be able to navigate those to particular regions, or that the fact that who you are, your ancestors are, and what their accomplishments and innovations is, and not on top of that, the same innovations that have been utilized by almost every person on the planet. What do you get out of that lie being admitted? Everything back and everything paid for. See, it's certain conversations. I don't have no problem with the flat earth. I love the flat earth niggas. You understand me? You understand? Shout out to the flat earth. You feel what I'm saying? And I understand what they mean when I say flat. I'm not gonna play the semantics. I'm not talking about literal flat like a piece of paper. I understand what they saying. You understand what I'm saying? But they barking up the wrong tree. I smoke any flat earth on it when it pertains to history of the Americans. Anyone.
That right. Smoke 'em about.
You feel me? And one of the things they gotta bring in and back again is common sense. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, people be doing these mixed emotional, or y'all using books and sources, and you'll go to a source in a book and act like you just came up with it, knowing you learned that from somebody else, but showing me on the source, which is a Google is a search engine, is a search engine. It's littered with somebody else's sources. You see what I'm saying? So we're not gonna do that. We do it. Motherfuckers do a lot of double speech. Oh, bones ain't real. The fossilization ain't real. But then in that conversation, showed me a petrified piece of wood, right, and tell me that it's real. More real than the fossilized piece of bone. When a piece of petrified wood is a fossilized tree. It's the same thing. It's just except it's done to a different organic piece of matter. So we have to understand the word salads and jumbling around that they do. And we can assort it by having a basic
Yeah, I just didn't like the fact that he used a video that he popped up on as doing a reaction and what I'm saying, talking about we delusional and calling Mama Chief a bitch and shit. I just didn't dig that.
Yeah, they gonna do that, and that's just that's for the entertainment for purposes or whatnot. But I believe a lot of they guys is delusional to believe that the world science around come from a place called Angkor Wat that's located inside of Cambodia. How do you come up with how the science stimulated from here? That means you means that this is the first place it accumulated it. That means it comes with a date. If you don't believe in the date, then you don't deal with the times. Yeah, and you can't say you don't deal with time and date if you're gonna say something comes first before another. That means you're dealing with a date. And if you don't subscribe to date and that whole method of the way you arrange that is thrown off. And so when we beat brothers up like this, and what we're having is uh it's not a battle of information. We have the same information. Potentially, we're simply looking at the same data and facts. It's just we have people's perception and interpretation on it instead of allowing it to speak for itself. And this is how we get into these word jumbo salads. So people leaning more towards the other. We got to propose accurate opinions. And when we have one way, just most certainly know that there's an opposite way that counters this particular perspective. We usually often bring both sides of the perspective. And so I've educated various different Pan Africans, mystic Christians, and various different people, such as Lex Vortex in the chat. I've educated him. Everything he knows about anything, I taught him. And he knows that DNA cannot locate you to a landmass. He knows that DNA doesn't explain which one came here first, which one it comes. But what he will say is that they use related data to persuade the data of DNA genealogy. So it's limited, and they use other access data to go along to help further the understanding and the calculated estimates or genealogically astronomy to come up with a more accurate answer. And that particular extra access of history that they use is usually Eurocentrism, which is coming from a Darwinian point of view, or using what we call out of Africa module, right? Whether it been out of Africa 1, 2, 3, or 4, which I'm not saying is just 4 out of Africa theories, which there's a lot more than that. They just narrow it down into a compact version to just those 4. And so what we do is we challenge those things. You see what I'm saying? And we should be equipped to handle these conversations. So if we, like, for instance, DNA without the extra inserts, it says we find genetic markers here, we find genetic markers here. That's just the facts. Anything else will be a literal perspective, interpretation, or insert. So if we just leave the facts and propose a question to the facts, which one do they come from? Did it come the genetic marks that you find in Africa compared to the ones in America? Do they come from Africa or do they come from America? See, genealogical DNA does not explain an orientation for migration. They use other modules of history, like out of Africa. But if you don't subscribe to out of Africa theory, what theory would you subscribe to insert onto the data? And this is what we propose. We propose our own outlet in synopsis when we come with this. And we can use a multi-regional theory, ultimately having an out of Africa module, right? We can have a de-evolutionary verdict of challenging Darwinian theory, right? We can have an excerpt of de-evolution. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I do.
Yeah, I understand where
But
you're coming from with it.
I'll hold it for another time.
Go ahead, let you shoot. I'm just talking.
No. I'm good. I'm good.
No, come on, don't do that.
Well, I just don't understand. Okay, or when they do this DNA stuff, everybody, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So what? They find somebody in Africa, an area in Africa that has the same blood type as you. It doesn't mean that you.
No, we're not talking about blood. Blood. I don't think we're talking about blood, right? We're talking about genetic markers, which is left sometimes over the course of times or immediate times, right?
But don't they have to use your spit and stuff to make that determination?
Yeah, they can use it by spit, but they don't have to necessarily get your DNA just through spit. You know what I'm saying? But that's the most easiest access way to get it without obviously, if you have to get blood, you have to use needles. Most people are not even equipped to use needles, right? So you would then need somebody else to do it for you. But using spit, somebody can just simply spit in a tube and do it. But there's other ways to get DNA. You can get it from skin cells, you can get it from blood, you can get it from spit, you can get it from hair follicles, thyroid cells. I mean, various different places you can get DNA from to verify your genetics.
Okay. Well, what is it that makes them so stuck to believe that they're descendants of Africa? What is it about that test of genetic markers? And
Well, the genetic marker shows that humans in America and humans in Africa share a genetic marker, right? Common. They have a genetic marker that is similar, that are compatible, that we call a match. They insert other module called out of Africa theory or Darwinian theory, whatever one they subscribe to. Most likely is the out of Africa theory attached to it. So this is how they get there. Oh, we come from out of Africa. That means that Africans came here. But when you look at the raw data without someone's interpretation, it doesn't say that. One can also accumulate and speculate that the ones in Africa actually come from the peoples of America. We can look at it in the opposite perspective. You see what I'm saying? Because the data doesn't say anything that they're saying, and it really doesn't say what I'm saying. It's just a perspective that's added on. The data simply says that people in Africa and people in America share a genetic marker.
So because of that, the Pan-Africans say, oh, yep, we're from Africa. Is that what that is?
They also say that they from Africa based off of out of Africa theory that they're attaching to that then spit DNA genetic marker data that they have.
Wow. That's sad. That's where it's very sad at. And for Dr. Reggie to believe that shit being a doctorate, it's beyond me.
You're right, Lex. Either way, it would say that there are same ancestors, but it do matter, right, of the orientation from which one originates, and and that's very, very peculiar. But for one to allude that it's only one way for orientation of a migration is disingenuous and it's felonious. Do not offer the opposing alternative to the genetic markers and the facts that remain. And the alternative markers is if you have genetic markers in Africa and you have it in America, and if you're mentioning that it comes from Africa, the alternative is it has to come from America. The people do. So these are the things that we have to put on the table and that they don't want to put on the table. Because it'll force people to make their own rationale decision instead of relying on a conditional set of understanding.
I just think these niggas crazy. That's all.
Hey, yes, Vortex. That is true. You do have all genetic, well, not all genetic markers. You do have a high diversity of genetic markers in Africa, right? And most people often explain that, like I said, through an out of Africa module, meaning that all people originate from Africa, therefore meaning that all genetic markers will have to come from there. But all genetic markers are not there. A wide variety is. And this could be explained from a simple migration into Africa, meaning various different locations having various different genetic markers subsuting, leaving their homeland for whatever reasons, right? And going into another homeland, funnel neck and creating a population bottleneck, ultimately leading into a genetic bottleneck. And now, if anyone doesn't understand what a genetic bottleneck is, it takes away the population from one particular area and increases it in another one. This gives birth to diversity. So this is the alternative theory to explain diversity in Africa besides the out of Africa theory. I'm very short with it when it comes to the genetic conversation. I don't like to have it because people's in their own lane that does that. But we can have the respectable conversation. Well, see, Lex Vortex, that's a curious question, and we can get into the opposing thesis of why people would have left their homeland to invade Africa, but we can get into base sequences of why the out of Africa modules happen. We have out of Africa 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all of them happen to almost the same exact reason, because of famine. They was following food sources, and they needed, so they went to places for outside food sources. This led into the first out of Africa theory. So there's various different reasons. I'm not saying that the people left from these various places because of food. It could have been because of a cataclysm. It could have been because of something. Now, I lean more towards a cataclysm, right? Because we know that we have had those over the course of time, especially usually after doing some type of intermediate glacier period, which we're happening to be in one right now. So when you look at these alternative theories, these people only lay out one format. They never give you the alternative theory, which have just as much credence. I'm giving you the alternative theory. As a matter of fact, I'm leaning towards nobody migrated from out of Africa, more or less, that everybody migrated into Africa. We don't have an out of Africa theory. We have an into Africa theory. And I'm willing to stand on it and debate that, proposing. Because all we're going to do is examine the same facts, and I'm going to put my data calculated thesis and perspective on it, and you're going to use someone else's conditioned perspective on it to explain it away. Well, we have cataclysms at 130,000 years. We have one at 12,000 years. We have one point. We have one 1.8 million years. This is documented. This is called the younger dryas, the older dryas, and I forget the other particular intermediate glacial period that they got it labeled as Lex Vortex. You should know this. You're the genetic guy, right?
One thing that I hope for, and I know it's a long shot, that the United States some president would come in and retroactively deport everybody that came here, like within the last 10 years, send their asses back.
Well, I don't know. That would be nice.
Like if they do some shit retroactively. Back for the land. When was Obama's ass in office? 2008.
Yeah, 2008 to 2016, I believe, right?
Right. So deport everybody that came in from the time he came in office up to this day. Deport their asses. Get them out of here.
That would be nice.
Yes, it would. That'll clear up a lot of shit. But I'm about to go to bed. It's 12:30. Shit, I gotta get up at 4:30.
Yeah, get you some rest, Sister Betty.
Okay, y'all. Bye, Georgia.
Sweet dreams, Bethany. You heard me? Oh, he's good to see you. AP, what you still doing up?
Yeah, I just seen y'all was in here, and I was just wanting to just build a little bit. You know, I seen my brother was still alive. I didn't know what the conversation was. I wasn't even listening in. I just hit the window. So
I jumped up here late, but I was listening. But I just wanted to put my little 2 cents in it because I sure didn't like how he said that shit. He could have went on his whole little rant, but calling Mama Chief a bitch, that just got me. I'm sorry.
yeah, niggas be
And that
disrespectful.
lady ain't said nothing to him.
Yeah, you know how these guys be, man. These guys get on YouTube and they act a fool, man.
Yeah, he
These-
could have went on his whole little rant. You know, I didn't care about that. You know, I was just listening to it being 50 faces, but when he called that lady out her name, and I know she ain't said anything ugly to him, that was all the way out of pocket. Like I told True, it's up now, cause that right there just throw the towel in. I'm sorry. You just can't do that and think you're gonna come back from that.
Nah,
He
that's
got mad cause A1 smashed his ass. And when it comes to this Aboriginal history, he can't be touched. And he mad about that. He was on the ego trip.
you know these boys stay on the ego trip for real.
Yeah, he was on the ego trip. The way he was ranting, he was on a straight ego trip.
Yeah, these guys get mad sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta put them in their little place, man. That's all.
Yeah, A1 smashed his ass and he got mad
He did.
about it. Like A1 stood on it when he came up on your panel. But what's the disrespectful shit though is he was doing a reaction video to the shit that you was saying, you know, the whole little video.
Right.
That what got me.
I don't really be watching niggas channel, so I didn't even watch the shit, man. You know what I mean?
I don't watch his channel either. I just Betty said she had told Chief them about it.
She told me too, and I caught it late. And by the time I came on, I was trying to jump on the panel and shit too. So By the time I heard it, he was just like, I don't know. I guess the conversation that dissolved, and I didn't run it
I
back.
don't know. I just find it to be disrespectful.
Yeah, that nigga suspect, dog. Like we gotta keep it a stack. Like,
Man, that nigga past suspect. That nigga is the suspect. Fuck that. Goddamn gonna call that shit what the fuck it is. Shit. If you walk like a duck and quack like one, it's a motherfucking duck.
that's a fact, dog.
Yeah, ain't no goddamn suspect in it. That motherfucker is the suspect. Fuck that nigga. That nigga got them grass right now. Fuck that.
Yeah,
Ain't no coming back from that shit.
yeah, let's fuck all these niggas who going at this aboriginal perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Damn right. And then the crazy part come back and say, I want to know what he mean by movement. The nigga trying to go after that reparation money, so he want to say we fucking it up. That's why I said a nigga had to pay his ass for him to say that type of shit. We ain't going for reparation. We going for restitution. We want our shit back. Straight up. If he can't understand that, then something wrong with the nigga. But I know ain't nothing wrong with the nigga. I personally feel like a nigga done paid him.
Nigga probably
But
did
that
pay.
at first, after you whooped him up after debate, the nigga talking about, oh, I stand with the elbows and I'm with the elbows. Man, you a faggot ass nigga. That's what I say. Fuck that. Fake ass nigga.
Yeah,
With
niggas be
that fake
wanting to get.
shit.
Niggas know they get more clout off of negativity, man. They don't know how to have a camaraderie.
Nigga, if it was up from the beginning, he should have said so and let that been the reason.
Right, cause we would have did a
Instead
whole
of
expose
faking.
on the nigga 30 days. We'd have went on 30 days and 30 nights slide on cuz.
You know what I mean? Nigga just on some other shit. A nigga don't pay that nigga to come in and say the shit he's saying cause he want that little reparation money.
Yeah, he ain't gonna get it though. He
That's
ain't
the
get
way I feel about that. Him and
he,
Sarnetta gonna sit there and talk about this shit. And he like, yeah, cause Sarnetta probably got done talking to the people who are probably trying to do the reparation.
First of all,
But
this
I'm
nigga
trying to figure
believe
out
that
what the fuck
he
he got to
believe
do with it, cause he an islander.
listen,
His father from the goddamn island.
he believe humans are from the North Pole. He believe bones don't exist. He just like I don't agree with a lot of shit he said, man. That's why we debate him. I take any debate with him. White slaves, black slave
That
owners.
nigga full of shit. He probably don't believe in white slave cause ain't his bitch white.
I think so. I don't know. I thought Asian or something, but I may be wrong.
Hell, she part white. They got them. They in the same class.
Hey, Lex Vortex, where you at in the chat, dog? Lex Vortex done been ducking me since 2018, y'all.
That's a has been. That nigga washed up.
Yeah, he washed up, dog. Like I remember you debating niggas like Jabari, you know what I'm saying? Tariq Nasheed. Now look at you, bro. You out here standing on the corner shaking change in the cup, bro. Damn,
Hell no.
damn, homie.
Bomb. This nigga is a bomb.
You was the man, homie.
That nigga is a fucking washed up soldier. That's what the fuck he is. He out of the pocket.
He don't catch no phase with nobody. Like, damn, I'll take the topic you want.
I don't even know what the hell you might want to play with your food or some shit you want to play with legs.
It's just some niggas I be wanting to just put in a casket. And like when I lock in and you on the hit list, I can't throw the hit list away until everybody checked off. And it's like 2, 3 niggas they ain't checked off right now. Lex
Shit, I
Miller.
hope you ain't counting him in your goddamn checklist because he been gone. That nigga ducked you 3 times. What the fuck?
Yeah, because it's gonna be embarrassing. Like if he would have, if he even if he would have gotten to the battle rap event with me, it was gonna be embarrassing. Like it was gonna be. He would have left YouTube again fishing for good.
Nigga, you told him you would take him and YK at the same damn time on the same debate card. The nigga still didn't show up.
That's sad. When I offered to get both of them, I asked to get. I showed did. I told YK and Lex I'll debate them on the same day. I give them one topic apiece, and we do 3 rounds for each topic. I give them niggas 6 rounds, 2 niggas, 1 debate, 1 day.
Nigga, this ain't no comedy. This real feel. Your ass is crazy. You just need to go to sleep or find your girlfriend or something. And get the hell off the damn internet, cause nigga, you washed up.
And listen, I don't even know why it's called Vortex Battle League, cause he don't even got no battlers battling. Like, what kind of battle league is that? Battle rap league?
You don't watch 2 of them up, ain't you?
Man, I'm talking about I smoke. And shout out to LV. LV, my boy too. He come on the channel all the time. Fuck with LV, but I smoked him too. Yeah, I smoked LV and Blue.
So I don't even know what the hell he talking about. Some comedy. This ain't no goddamn comedy.
Nah, it's all good, right?
Ain't nobody talking negative about you, nigga. We just stating the facts. You are washed up. You ain't got no goddamn rappers, especially no battle rappers anyway. They ain't fucking with shit over here. So
one
you need to stop it.
Throwing at the gauntlet right now that you'll put up against me right now in 30 days notice. Lex, get one rapper out of your crew. Blue ass. He put it like this. If I smoke Blue again, I'm gonna fuck him up even worse. I came up with more bars after I battled the nigga.
I'm still here though. I'm here too.
Now, who was that? Damn, I didn't know this brother was on her. Shit, you just
Yeah, I'm more like the ghost of a lot of things.
That's what's up, bro. Peace and blessing.
You remember me, right, boy?
Nah, I don't remember you.
You don't remember me? You was like, you African, you a Pan-African. You try to sucker me into a Pan-African. And I was about to tell you, right? I'm like, you might have changed your name because you was playing with me or whatever. You don't even remember this.
Oh, but yeah, I was fucking with you hard. Damn, I be trolling people sometimes. I never troll people, so I fuck.
Nah, you was check. I feel you. You know what I mean? You got to check at the doorsteps. You know.
Yeah, it's all good, but yeah, yeah, I just like building, bro.
Truth. That's why I started tuning in. You know what I mean? I hear some of the bills. You know what I mean? And sometimes we gotta share it, right? To get to a common state, I can say. Cause that's what we're missing. We all missing a common state.
That's right.
Lex, I am not negative, sir. I just call it like I see it. If you don't own up to what you got going on, bro, that's not my fault. That's yours. You need to take a look in the mirror and see what you got going on. I am not negative, and I do know who you is. Just because I don't be in the chats and I don't be on these panels all the time, I be in the bushes looking at y'all niggas and shaking my head. And then sometimes I just can't take it no more, so I got to say something.
Yeah, he can't even look in the mirror because he ugly as hell, and when he look in there, his reflection duck. So he just be looking at an empty space. You know what I'm saying? He can't even look in the mirror and get a reflection of himself.
That's all that be. I be in the bushes all the time listening to what y'all niggas be saying, and y'all be 50-faced it on some shit. I can't get jiggy with that because y'all be sounding like some girls. Straight up.
Hey, John Murdoch. Shout out to John Murdoch in the building. But listen, Lex Vortex, I got Sir Drop on July the 5th or July the 3rd. I'm going to smoke him and I smoke Blue on the same day. If you want to throw Blue in, I'll battle him on the 5th. Blue really lame. I really want to smoke your little white boy schemes. That's what I really want to punish. I used to want to fuck Lex Vortex up in a battle rap, but I know he'll never battle me. So I definitely do
Well,
want
I'm
to.
sorry, Lex. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, Lex, we sorry, bro. We didn't know you was that sensitive. It's okay, bro. We just a little rough. You know what I'm saying? When you out here in these wars and you come back from doing a tour, bro, we be little shell shock, brother. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm sorry, Lex.
you be scared. You scared to give me schemes because after I smoke schemes, that's everybody in your whole crew. Only person would be left is you, Lex. Like the shit I got for Sir Drop, y'all. Listen, hey Georgia Peach, listen. This shit I got for Sir Drop in this next battle rap event. I'm going to wild on him.
Yeah, that's right. Do it to him.
I mean, I like Sir Drop. That's my boy. I rock with Sir Drop, but I gotta do that to him. You feel what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
do it to him.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do it to him. You know, I'm going to stand behind you 100%. Do it to him. I believe in you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Lex, you can believe that, and you might lean towards his style. You feel what I'm saying? But when it comes to a battlers coming to listen to these bars and me just coming to, because he can rap, but he just can't battle rap, dog. And my shit gonna be tailored strictly for Sir Drop, bro. This ain't gonna sound like no mixtape flow or none of that. The shit I got for him is wicked, bro. I'm not even gonna lie, this shit gonna be nasty, dog. And
Yeah,
let
yeah, true.
when you
He
get in the
gonna
ring,
do it to him.
yeah, that's a fact. And when me and you battle Lex, it is over with, dog. Let me call Chief and tell that nigga let my nigga Truth in real quick. Let me call Chief right quick. Call Chief live right quick.
Yeah, yeah, do it to him.
Yeah, I give Blue another go, man. I actually respect Blue Pen. I like Blue. I don't have no issue with Blue, but I fuck Blue up though.
Why the hell you gonna keep chewing on that rubber, AP?
I don't even know, man. I shouldn't even be fucking around.
You don't keep chewing on that rubber, that gonna goddamn dull your damn teeth. Keep chewing on that rubber. Tell Lex go get you some fresh meat.
Yeah, I need schemes. Give me schemes. I would love to get schemes. Get schemes.
Ump up that fresh meat, Lex, and we'll start back trying to like you again.
Yeah, give us some fresh meat. We'll like you again, brother.
You know, don't be trying to give my man no goddamn rubber. He already done stumped all over that. He don't need that no more. Get some fresh meat, Lex. Give my man some fresh meat. You playing. Straight up, you playing.
Indigenous 56, you always at me, homie. Yeah. Adam got to deal with me next. Don't worry. You say that. I'm not even gonna get my hopes up.
Yeah, Indigenous 56 be going in. Down that damn Eminem had a hole on it or something. It's stuck in my
Man,
throat.
that nigga Cuddy and Chief sleep. They won't even let my nigga Truth on. I wish I could let him on, man. Hold on, I
Well, you
might.
ain't got. Well, how you get on?
Hold on, I might can. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Hold on, let me see. I got on because I called Chief, but that nigga might be asleep now. Hold on. Do I got Cud information? I think I can log into Chief account. Hold on. Let's see how slick I am. Let me see. I might got my nigga Truth. Hold on, give me 2 seconds, Truth. All right, let me see if I can log in. Let me see. You follow the email. Oh shit! I ain't gonna be able to log in because I won't be able to get his email tonight. Fuck. Damn, my bad. Damn, big bro 11. I want to build with my brother 111 Truth tonight. Eagle Eye, he said, don't battle AP if you can't spell homie. Right.
Hell no.
It's over with. Lex already lost.
Yeah, you gonna have to get access to Chief shit.
Hold on. Southwind about to let him in. Uh-oh. Shout out to the Tasco. That's why the CEO be in the building, man. Shout out to the motherfucking CEO, goddamn.
Shout out to you, sister.
The CEO will let a nigga on. You cheat. Hey, Truth, hold on, bro. We got some nigga about to come let you in the back door, dog. Don't even trip. And Lex, man, listen, dog. We can do a 2-on-2 debate, nigga. How about you and Schemes versus me and LV? Oh, let's just get your feet wet with me. I know you're gonna want to get the 1-on-1 later on, but we can do a 2-on-2, Lex. Me and LV versus you and Schemes, you and Blue, you and Rob Racks, nigga. It don't matter. Yeah. Lex Vortex, dude. What you doing? Must be sitting on your PlayStation controller. You quiet as hell. Hey, my brother, don't be lacking. What's up, bro? Don't be lacking. What's up, bro?
Was really good. He not nice at that. You heard?
Right. Listen, I will smoke that nigga, dog. Do you better out?
Dude, I can't even say that. I mean, I ain't too in tune with everything you done. I hear you though. I heard you.
You better out?
I dibble and dabble. I'm an '80s baby. You heard?
Well, hey, we host battle rap events. We throw the conscious information in with our raps. Hey, we on a different level with it, but it's like modern day format. You watch modern day battle rap. You know how that shit operate?
Yeah, I fell out of it because I'm dealing with self. When you deal with, you know what I mean, I don't want to go
I
too
know
deep.
it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, you on that? Yeah, I know. I know where you at with it, brother.
When you're dealing with self, you know what I mean, you start trying to reflect, right, and try to see a complete picture. We all got puzzles and pieces, right? We got pieces and puzzles of this picture that be trying to put together. And me understanding that all information ain't absolute, and most information is all opinionated or has been instructed by agencies and agents, right? Then we can understand where the misnomers and the misterming can be at. But if we stuck in a spell, which people really don't understand, I wholeheartedly understand that this is a spell that cast on us. You can see it in the scriptures. You can see it on temple walls that a spell has been casted, and the spell is the fact of the words that we use. See, most people don't find how you say their words, right? The journey in itself, right? You finding yourself. When you find the words will bring you back to yourself, and to understand that the words that we use, I'm gonna use the slang word like capping. That like we end up how you say consenting to it. You know what I mean? When you start consenting to something that you have half knowledge of, then it's like you live in a lie. You get that?
No, I do. I do. Yeah, for sure.
And when half truths coming at people, right, and then form a complete opinion on something, right, that means we all been tricked because we know where we at. We in a mix of things. We are in a word war, genocide words, physical, and these things happen daily, and it's really attacking the psychological of us right now, the mindset. This
Yeah, it
mind
is.
this mindset is a tainted poison, right? I think Alabama got the thing right
It's
about
what
poison.
they call the lower self. We
Right.
vibrating on the lower self right now, but it takes it's like a circuit or a circle, right?
Like
Or what goes around come around. We on a rebuilding stage.
Mm-hmm.
We had a reset. We don't
Mm-hmm.
forgot. We don't forgot more than what we know now about
right.
our whole historical
Yeah,
past. We done
amen.
forgot.
We was taught this way. That we was
You
this is
go.
Mm-hmm.
behavior. This is a behavior. This is learned behavior.
All right, peace, Sister
Uh-uh.
Georgia. Peace.
Oh, peace. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You say you gone, right?
Peace and love, sister.
Yeah, peace and blessings.
Oh, well,
Mm-hmm.
peace, sister. I wanted to say something to you. You were speaking earlier before you go when you said something about the slavery and the birth certificates and social security number, and I wanted to say something to you on that note because we gotta understand, like you know how a herd of a cow get brand right for an owner to attach his name to, right? You understand what I just said?
Who you talking to me?
You miss 'cause- yes, ma'am. I said I
Why would
want.
you? Why would? Hold on. Why would you be saying that to me?
You spoke and you said something about the birth certificate and the social security number and how
I was
someone
repeating what
right
Sanchez said
right
when he
that's
was doing the reaction about what was said on AP channel. I don't have an issue with the birth certificate and the social security card because I know where it came from and I know the history of it. And the fact that you about to go into some branding and all that crap right there, bro, that's not on my level. Sorry.
okay. Like I said, I wanted to speak upon that. Know what I mean, everything. Most of the
Everybody.
things that we can speak upon is based on in written rights, right? These writings and these things that have been so called documented with when we have the so called diaspora of being unofficial recognized, right?
Oh
They had.
Lord. Child, please listen to me.
I ain't trying to get on your nerves or nothing. I just wanted to say
No,
something
no,
on that.
no,
Maybe
no,
we
no,
can
no, no, no,
come to a
no,
common
sir.
ground.
What I'm trying to tell you is
But did
we're
you hear
not
what I
into
said?
that because we know what it means. We know where it come from. And all that the British and all that extra stuff, we ain't on that. We was just talking about what the hell Sanchez was talking about. That was what
Right, that
the
was
business
associated with
was.
slavery,
Yeah,
branded.
but I get into the conversation with you if you want to get
No,
into
it was something we were
if
talking
you
about
want to get
earlier.
into the 1666 Sexecute Act
and all that particular regions of how it came adopted as a fraudulent act that was used upon the United Kingdom's people, and then set abroad and adopted by the British nations and colonies in America. But yeah, we were equipped with the understanding of the birth certificate, long form and short form.
Well, we understand that when America put it in work, it was in the 1920s. These things are been in effect, but in 1920, it introduced to us, to our Aboriginal people. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Right, and that's why I was going to. That brings into being branded something that we don't understand, to the totality of it. Right, not saying you don't, not saying she don't, not saying nothing. I just wanted to speak upon that, not to get on her nerves or something, like dismiss me automatically. But
Well,
that's what
I'm sorry,
happened.
I didn't mean to
I heard you,
dismiss
Miss
you.
Lady. I
Yeah.
heard you, Miss Lady. I ain't trying to dismiss you or nothing. I'm just saying I wanted to speak upon that, on that nature, because it was in the conversation at the time what I heard, and that's where I was coming from before you said you was about to leave. So I'm gonna leave that.
No,
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying was we all know because we done been thoroughly abreast about what's going on and how everything happened.
and to
What we
be
were shocked on the fact that he said it in the manner of which he said it.
Right.
right,
That
and
was
the
the point of what we had contention with because we know he knows better.
right. I am brother. The 1666 Sex Acute Act was applied a little bit before 1920s though. You know
Right,
that?
right, but that wasn't applied to us as the original. If you look at how they
No,
worded
it was initially applied to the white people in Britain, but in
exactly. You know what I mean?
1660,
So that's that's why I say I didn't get the totality of whatever Brother Sanchez said. I was just here on this platform right now.
right,
Just
and
hearing.
in certain states, that same act was being applied up under the 1724 Christian color codes. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
It's
That's
been
that's when they started um um we basically in the taking of us, killing us, like the word motherfucker, right? The word motherfucker supposed to have arise from mothers and sons having sex in the so-called the slavery or power or POW or whatever that atrocities they have put us together, and we have had what we call incest of
Yeah,
people today.
and yeah, but that history didn't happen to your peoples though. That happened to a set of people that they did call that too, and those people ain't your peoples, bro. That's a different demographic, and those people still actively act in those same protectorments of culture that was degeneratively passed down. A lot of those free slaves
Right.
after 1865 some of the southern states went to the Appalachian Mountains. They still settle there today. They call them Appalachian backmans. A lot of these people are pale skinned, degenerate inbreds that still practice that. Where they literally, son might literally be screwing his mother. He's a literal
Right,
mother
right.
brother.
These are
His
practices
forces.
that
Yeah.
have been adopted in the so-called that in the war in the war. We still in a continuous war. But we got to understand when we start playing and we continue to consent to play with anything in their rules, it's always going to win for the home advantage, right? Meaning two of us, the dealer, right? The dealer is going to win at his game, and we've been dealt a hand which we are trying to recruit,
Yeah,
right?
the brother dropping some shit in the chat. What he say, Gene Murdoch? He said, yeah, on point because they took over the Federal Reserve. Yeah, see, the Federal Reserve was being pushed against, and there were small efforts, that was not getting applied by the anti-federal government, right? So when in 1897, the federal government still hadn't really subsided yet and made their way in yet. They were just now making an initial point. Now, what we dealing with the reserve money that was at Fort Knox, we're gonna be getting into the anti-federal government regime. We're talking about Negro banks that bailed out and was taken over by this federal government who took over the infrastructure after the 1900s. You see what I'm saying? And that's when you get into this whole crash of economy. And all of them people didn't get paid back. But I brought up to say this is that Federal Reserve money was under the order of the old government, the American constitutional government. That goes back to George Washington, not the George Washington that you see getting initiated by Prince Hall. George Washington Gillespie, right? And it goes back to Lenny Knox, which had a daughter, I forget her name, Sandra Knox, who married one of the Gillespies, the Washingtons, right? And this is why his name Fort Knox, right?
Oh, that person that said that. No, I'm not saying you, but it's a hit dog holler. You know what I mean? Or better yet, know what I mean? If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply. A person said, I'm trying to say, we fucking know. Some people are, and you got to be in reality to understand that people are out here doing bestiality out here in this world, and this is another thing that fucks with the mind. You know what I mean? It's
There's
called
some white folks out here
animal.
doing this shit.
No, I'm
boy.
telling you, no, he right, but it's just white people. It's not our
what?
people.
No, see,
These white people out here doing this shit.
Well, we got to stop calling them white people because they're not white people at that. You know, we giving them names and we going with the lamest terms of things, right?
Well,
But
what would you call them?
Hybrids. I would call them what they is.
Yeah, but when we get into that term now, we got to specify what type of hybrid.
A triangle-like nigger.
Right. So when we look at different people, like when we use certain words, we got to be like, if we're gonna go into historical text, let's deal with historical references.
Well, we can do both, right?
But yeah, and that's why we're gonna have to use a blend of conversation. And I'm just speaking just general, because when we speak in historical references, but we're talking now, we're going to use colloquial terms in reference to something historically. Now we can get into what they called them back then historically, right? Or in that particular sense, or etymology of what these people will be called. But we're just speaking colloquial, so we can have at least some indicating markers of who we're talking about. You see what I'm saying?
I get you, and that's where we suffer as a people for lack of knowledge.
Well, that's very, very true, right?
See, I'm real. He not nice means he's not foolish. You know what I mean? And state what you are is to be who you are, right? So we're being something at a terminology that someone else used against us. We are trading places with people that don't even know we're trading places. And the fact that not the George Washington you was talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about, but we understand.
Well, that's symbolic too. Even the trading place. There's a movie called Trading Places.
Yeah, peace. But all movies are symbolic now. Now I mean, they're just as more information if you see it or you don't receive it. You know,
Right.
Now people are more visual, right? We are only visual people. When people don't like to hear or listen, they're gonna dismiss it automatically. Don't know is not knowing. So if we don't look at all of it and what it is and determine, okay, this is a trick bag. They done tricked us. They done said cap on it, and I thought a cap was a ball cap. You heard?
Right.
So we changing. We changing.
Now I want to see if South went in here. Can let. I think it's a couple people in the back that's trying to get on. I know it's getting late though, so motherfucker ain't about to keep letting niggas on and off and shit.
What happened to Truth?
I know I was waiting on Truth to come in too. That's why I'm still up. I'm about to go crash my down. So I was waiting on
I
Truth.
thought that was him though.
But nah, bro, listen, I'm on it. Like symbolisms, coding. I'm with all that. Like I can look at a movie and be like, yo, I see the code. Even with the movie Trading Places, you know what I mean? With Eddie Murphy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We know that took place in Philadelphia.
Check this out.
That was a smooth ass movie though.
Smooth ass movie.
How you view this word new?
Which
N-E-W, the word new. How do you view it? I'm saying, I mean, you know, we building. That's the only reason I started talking, because I know you want to build.
I don't know. Shit. I just look at it. I don't know. I never really thought about it. It just.
You think? Do we think anything is new at all?
They say there's nothing new up under the
There's
sun.
nothing new under the sun.
Well, new in that particular sense.
But we using this word new because this is the ushered world because we in the new world, right?
What word? What you should spell it again?
New, N-E-W, like New York,
Oh.
New England.
But how we in the new world when this is the old world?
Right. That's one of the points. I mean, I was trying to get at too, because it's nothing new, right? Because everything has been recycled or done before. If we are not up to the knowledge, it said we fail for the lack of knowledge, right? If we don't do our history, history shows the future. Future shows
Well,
the
when they say new world, they're not talking in forms of geological dating or archaeological dating. They're talking about new world when it pertains to them coining, finding in the age of exploration and expeditionary uh 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 systems and missions and shit. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about historically, archaeological, anthropology, geological. Actually, when you get into geologists and some of the surveys around the world, America is actually one of the oldest places in the world.
Peace.
You see what I'm saying? So no, they're not talking about it as being a new world. It's literal. I think they're talking about it in the terms of founding and exploration.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Like Alabama be saying Johnny comes latelys, right? Slow.
Johnny come latelys, and they rename places. But see, we got to get into they rename places. We rename places, and so a lot of these nations, like England, they wasn't England till they came here and consorted in, well, the place where the movie Trading Places took place, right?
Right,
Philadelphia. Right, Philadelphia, right? What's up, right? And so when you go and look at Philadelphia, you'll find every nation flag there in representation because every nation had to come here and get consciated, right?
Yeah, well, we also understand that Philadelphia was where they held all their meetings at, right? And and a lot of things with transcripting back and forth, writing letters. They was writing for Philadelphia, right? They was writing back and forth, even to Great Britain or whatever. These are some accounts that they.
I mean, that's all the way down to expatriating. The Britain refugees and slaves, the ones that came over here during Tory War. But we got to get into a proper perspective. We have Negroes running Philadelphia by the name of King Tammany, who happens to be Lenny Lenape, formerly known as, but is actually Omac, but that's a whole nother story. He's black, right? And then you have melanated people that he's making these contracts with. You see what I'm saying? Because now let's put it in proper perspective. 1600s, which is less than 175 years after the fall of melanated people running Europe, right? These Europeans, these black people that was in Europe were still running things, okay? But certain places that they had strongholds was getting invaded, right? And some of these people was getting the upper hand. This is when you get into some of the Christian and Muslim wars, right?
Christendom.
You see where I'm going with this? So instead of being under the jurisdiction of these now Christian invaders who set in place to Britain, where these royal people came, instead of being up under their jurisdictions, they rather go back to their initial homeland where their peoples originate from and become under that jurisdiction, right? And this is why these particular people that set up in these colonies became expatriated, or what we call the Independence Day, right? That's not necessary.
I can see that. Yeah. And that is this brought me back to what they call their revolution, was the Tea Party, you know? And when we dealing with the Tea Party, that set the ground for United States operating on this land. You know about the how the so-called Europeans dressed up as so-called Indians?
Mm-hmm.
No taxation without representation.
Well, that was a ceremonial
thing, and it happens still to this day. And it was done that way because of a ritual ceremonial that the Olmecs used to practice going back to Kukulkan spiritual day of the summer solstice. So that Boston Tea Party that you just mentioned, where they dressed up like American Indians, right? Aborigines, that it took place is the same exact day every year that the Olmecs did their celebration, where they would get out of their normal day-to-day clothes and then dress up in what we call Indian gear and feathers and stuff like that. That is an astronomical thing. So you got to get into the science of our ancestors to get into that. See, that's called a paper trail. Now we have a paper trail that goes from the United States government initiating the expatriation that goes back to the time of the Olmec, going back to the time of the Powhatan winter solstice. Matter of fact, the Powhatan spiritual ceremony happens at the winter summer solstice, right? On the same day of the Boston Tea Party.
Peace. Oh, I can see that. And this was a ritual.
This is a paper trail ritual. To let it be known who's signifying and doing the signatures around her, just in case some persuasion goes on or history gets altered.
Right, that's the spell.
Our ancestors was thinking ahead, and so when we get into John Hancock or signed by the X, we can get into the science of the X, which goes back to the Olmecs, goes back to the Powhatans, it goes back to the Chief Tammany as well.
Right, the Mayans and right, and the changing of what gets me, and then for me not the consent in the changing of these names and then being certified under these names at the same time is like a how you say it, like a Mario jumped down the fucking the tube.
Right.
When Mario he jumps down too and he warps into another, he puts us in another world, right? What you said right there with the ritual and the fact that these rituals are continued, right? It shows that these people are gonna be them. We gotta look at them for them. We can't, you get what I'm saying? We can't really use their tools to our benefits at all. Meaning you cannot use a gun pointed at you. You get what I'm saying? You can't use a loaded gun pointed at you. This spell that they put on us is so deep that when we go into their works, we gotta do 3 or 4 references to try to get a fucking meaning out of it, because a lot of people don't even get the symbology or the allegory of things.
Well, what they have done is compact things into a layer system to where now these things are what they call now in English a double entendre, and they have systematic systems that are, let's say for the lack of words, double entendres, right? Or to sometimes triple entendres, right? To where one word in a systematic system means one thing and it means another thing and it also means another thing. And this is what we sometimes see.
Oh yes, sir. And this goes into the legalese of saying.
Oh, please don't call me sir. No,
sir. I know. Yo, that is the respect, but I mean, I understand, and that's the same thing as like me. I overstand it. You get that? I overstand it because the act. Most people don't understand that meant something too. Sir meant slave I remain.
Yeah, you can call me God. I'm gonna call you God because we building. We building.
Yes, sir. See, pardon self. Correct. I correct myself. Pardon me.
And only real gods build. We create, and so we're creating a powerful conversation for the people. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, we can get into all the history. Like, all this shit is fabricated. When we get into history of pre 1869, 1865, we're talking about science. And a lot of this science was hidden and took, and I'm gonna give you some game, man. We had technologically advanced shit that they try to tamper with in the late 1800s.
They
I
try
want
to
y'all to look,
reconstruct stuff.
I want y'all to look up the Philadelphia experiment,
Yeah,
which is
time travel.
one of the things. Well, they try to re-engineer it to time travel, but what it was is, man, what it was is it was a fabric bender. What I mean by fabric bender, I mean space-time continuum bender. We look at linear time as a linear thing, but time is actually is a circular thing that goes in more in a circular instead of in a straight line, like you see most of the time projected in historical references. So, man, there's just a lot to get into this shit.
No, yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Yo, that's where I'm at with it. Like, you know what I mean? We build, and it's a lot of things to build upon, but it's a lot of things that said people will hide just for like you said, personal
Listen,
gain.
our ancestors was using a fuel source that people will say is not known, but it is known. They just haven't figured out a way to stabilize it. And what I'm telling you is that Subaru is working with the company that is directly credited to working on this, and they have stabilized this particular energy source, which has recently been introduced onto the periodic table as recent as 2016. It's called element 115. Our ancestors were producing it at a large scale and was able to stabilize it and use it as a fuel source. And this is critical when we're dealing with fabric bending. Now we're talking anti-gravity propulsion systems that runs off of the nuclear power source that has a circular turbine that's circular. And what we pretty much, if you ever seen that shit in Alaska, brother, that had these atoms that was going around in these chambers trying to figure out what comes off of it to lie.
You talking about the orbs?
Yes, those particular orbs in Alaska that was taking, that was taking the atoms and trying to see if they can find black matter or whatever comes from it. Well, picture that on a condensed level, something portable that you could carry around with you. That's what they was marketing for the fuel source. We're talking real technology here.
Well, that's what's all around us. With a lot of we got to understand too. It's all around us, that on a level that we can all access it. It's just the proper format.
We don't have, but we forgot how. See, that's what I'm telling you. Like what you said about our brain and getting it together and ignorance. Well, that happens in the reset. We forgot how to use this source, and so when we have people going and digging in our historical past, they start to find things, right? And they can't be explained. They don't know how to run it. They don't know how to operate it because the science that runs it, we forgot. You see what I'm saying? People didn't even think element 115 even existed. It was been spoken about since the 1980s. They said
But they've been putting these things in comical things in comic books and in the story. It's been put in our face. See, what I learned about the devil, right? The devil got to tell you what it's doing.
Hey, let me ask you this. I'm gonna tell you that the space-time continuum, when they was working in Alaska, warped something and it blended these fabrics. And what it is, if you fold a fabric, brother, I want you to bear with me. If you got a napkin, right, and you fold a napkin, they got two ends. They're gonna run parallel, right?
Right.
If you was to tuck the corners of each one, now they running the same. They're now merged together or sealed in is sealed together, right? And this is how time and fabric work. And so, have you ever seen the movie E.T.?
Okay.
Have you seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, can you tell me the famous line that you remember from that movie?
Phone home.
Huh?
Phone home.
E.T. phone home, right?
Mm-hmm.
He never said that.
Huh? Pardon me?
He never said that.
E.T. never said phone home?
No, pull up the video. And so, and I'm saying that to say that maybe he did or maybe he didn't, or maybe we have two different perspectives from two different fabrics of time being merged together. And so what the reason I brought up the Alaska shit and I brought up this is because they said they opened up a black hole and then closed.
Saying like the Mandela effect.
Similar. The Mandela effect is directly caused from that particular event happening that happened in the early 60s. I mean, in the late 70s. That whole experiment about the atom collider in Alaska, that shit was put up in the 70s. When they talked about they about created a black hole and they had to close it, that shit happened in the 70s. And they say that two different timelines, a fabric of time, merged
running concurrent together.
and
Yeah.
running concurrent together. Right. And that was what we call the Mandela effect. So that's dealing with space time and continuums. So I mean, it's a lot of very different instances where we can go through and see whether or not the timeline and shit. So
Yeah. Quantum physics.
Yeah, you just got me with that ET phone home now.
well, it's various different ones. You seen Star Wars, right? Everybody seen Star Wars, right?
Yeah, that's my jam right there.
What's the famous scene when Darth Vader finally talks to Luke Skywalker? What does he say to him?
He said, "I'm your father."
No, he don't. He say, "No, Luke, I'm your father." He doesn't say that. So
Okay.
I mean, it's various different shit. Bernstein Bears, the Jetsons, Flintstones, McDonald's signs, Wendy's signs, Starbucks. I mean, we can get into various different things. There's so much in the make it for the minds, bro.
But we can
Yeah,
understand.
you just woke me up with that shit because I was halfway sleeping. Well, damn, you just woke me up. I'm gonna Google this damn movie. I'm gonna have to watch that shit again.
But it's going to be altered already. So even going to research it, they see to put these words out right and then put them in different
Well, the
format.
way you would counterbalance that is maybe to find the VHS recording, maybe before time. You see what I'm saying? And to compare it to this, which people have done that. So you got two different versions of it floating around right now, to where it says the way that you see it and the way that it now people see it. And we can do it one various different things that we can all do and verify right now to see if you come from the old timeline or the new timeline right now. People from the old timeline believes that the heart is at one particular location. So I'm gonna ask you guys, where is the heart located?
On the left side.
Where do you think is located, brother?
On the left side.
And you guys in the chat, where do you think the heart is located? I want to see some of the guys in the chat. Right? So some people do say that the heart is on the left side, and some people say that the heart is in the center of your chest. Right?
Peace. I see where you're going. Yeah.
As you, if you
Well, I'm
Google,
gonna see
but
because I
listen,
got to go to the heart doctor Tuesday,
but listen,
and I'm
what's
gonna see
crazy
what
is
the hell he say.
if you Google right now, where's your heart located? I wish I can pull it up in screen share, but when nobody be able to pull up my screen, I will show you right now. It says it's in the center of your heart.
Well, I'm gonna see when I go to the doctor Tuesday what the hell he saying. I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna tell him to show me the X-ray, and I'm gonna
Jennifer,
take a picture of it, and I'm gonna bring it back to you. Dead serious.
Some people, it's a
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
go ahead. Let me know those.
No, I was gonna build off it like that can go into facts of like they rechanging and rewording things once again, right? And not the saying like the quantum physics is a could be a thing. I'm gonna say could be a thing because understanding that if I change, if I abbreviate my name, he not nice, everybody would have got it. But when I put it together, you couldn't. Most people couldn't even read it. You following me?
Notice.
He noticed, or what I mean. People, you won't. But my intentions are different, so that's my perspective to give it to everybody else's perspective. So if everybody else sees it, saying he noticed it, just using that as that's what y'all see. But then I have to recorrect it and we bring it back, right? And I'm like, he not
He's
nice.
not nice, right?
And he's put it's compound together, right? All I did was use the same words, but I just put them together.
Well, even
can trick us.
Even within this fabric of time, dealing with numbers and words that could be in the universe, they can get lost in the space-time continuum. Do you want to see them get lost right now in real time doing simple math?
Peace.
But they're just crazy though because I remember as a child I went to the movies to see E.T. when it first came out, and we were blown away by it. And then we seen it on TV, and it said the same thing. So now you freaking me out because then I thought about the movie, the Manhattan Project, when they opened up the black hole or whatever, and it was sucking everything. into it. You know what I'm saying? And they had to shut it down. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the Manhattan Project going to the Montauk experiment, which is connected to the Philadelphia experiment as well. You
They was
saw
doing it. They was doing it on both ends.
they was
Yeah.
trying to fuck with this space time continuum in fabric, and so numbers get lost just when adding up in simple numbers. You can't find shit. So
Yeah. Because they done distorted. They distorted and throw a lot of he say she say. I like to say layman terms talking right. Like he say she say. Oh, this doctor. You
Mm.
ever pay attention to the commercial
well,
right?
let's do a simple adding and subtracting experiment, right?
Yeah.
Brother, he not nice. Let's just say you need to borrow some money, okay? We're gonna do a simple experiment. I probably did this a couple of times with people. All right. You need to borrow $100. So you borrow $50 from me and you borrow $50 from the sister Cassandra. How much money do you have?
Okay, you said
And I want everybody in the chat to keep up, right? It's just a simple add and subtract so y'all can keep up. You borrow $50 from me and you borrow $50 from Cassandra. How much money do you have now in total?
that would be 50. That'd be $100.
Okay. And you now owe me how much?
I owe you 50, and I owe her the same.
Okay. You go and get what you want, whatever you bought, it come up to $97. You give them the 100. How much change are you receiving?
You said 97.
Yeah. You give them the 100. How much change are you receiving out of back?
Well, you should be giving $3 back from the change, but
Okay, $3 back. But what? Go ahead. I might make cut you off. My bad.
no. I'm with you. I was like, all right, I got the $100. I got 50 from you and you. I don't give y'all the change. I just reimburse y'all. But I see where you're trying to go.
Oh yeah, that's what. Right, reimburse me. So listen, you give me $1, you give her $1, right?
Right. I get yes, sir. I guess.
And it's only right that you put the other $1 in your pocket. You right? Makes sense.
Yeah, I come off. Yeah, I come off with $1.
All right, so you got $1 in your pocket. You gave me $1. You gave her $1. How much do you owe me now?
49.
And how much do you owe her?
49.
And 49 equals what?
49. See, it's throwing me off, but it's still 100. 49.
You good? You can take your time. There's no trickery.
Nah, because words are tricky. I don't get it. But I mean, especially with math words. What is 49? What's 49? What's that? 90s, 98. 98.
Right, and plus the $1 that you have in your pocket, correct? How much is that now if you add your $1?
Yeah, 99. But then it's
We
extra
missing.
$1.
We missing something.
Well, if go to bring it back 50-50, I owe you 50. I owe her 50. I spend what I spend. I got $3 back from that. Right. I give you $1. I give both of y'all $1 out of that. So I owe you 49. Right.
Yeah, and you put your $1 in your pocket.
Yeah, that's even.
So 49 and 49 equals 98.
Yeah, but
if you add your $1,
right? You said though, I gave y'all back $1 with the $3, right? Right. So I'm just saying that we break back even. I end up having.
Well, you actually don't. You actually have to come out another $1 to make it
I got an
even
extra $1 for some.
So it's $1 missing or something, right?
I see what you did.
It's $1 missing, and we just did simple math. We started off with 100. You did simple adding, simple math, simple subtracting, right? And once you replayed it all the way back to
it's still
replay,
extra $1.
$1 got missing in this space, time, and continuum.
That's crazy. Yo, I see how you did that. That's peace. And that's how you can say numbers can lie too.
I mean, if you look at it from this perspective,
Yeah, I see it in this perspective. I see it in the perspective, yeah, that somehow a dollar is here, or a dollar is missing, or a dollar is not paid back to someone. So someone didn't receive a dollar back, really.
right?
That was I see what you did. I see what you did. I can't dispute that at all, because I mean that was simple math.
I mean, I kind of been proposing this for years, just for somebody to figure out that equation. And you know, it's just an equation. I'm no math whiz or nothing, so
No, that made extra sense, like, because that's what it happened, right? It left a cent. It left a cent out there, right?
so when we think of shit that gets lost in space, what if a space-time continuum doesn't just work with numbers and words? You ever put something down and you come back and it's not there no more,
Plenty of times.
and you never find it?
Not always.
Right. Sometimes it'll pop back up, right? So
It could be.
I don't know, man. I'm just proposing some thoughts, man.
No, that's peace. That's peace. That's that thinking keeps the wheels turning.
Somebody say, "Oh man, tax." No, I didn't do no extra taxes. I didn't do nothing extra. I didn't do nothing.
No, because you gave me the money. You gave me yours. She gave me hers. What I needed. I used what I needed. I gave you back some change out of that. I hold up a dollar, but I still paid y'all. But then that's me. That sounds like me losing. I really lost. I really lost a dollar, because I'm paying back in full, because even though if I give you a dollar from out the change, then I have to reimburse you.
Or maybe Earth just naturally taxes you when you borrow something.
I like how you put that, but that's nature. That's when we step into the nature of things, right?
Well, nature has laws. And if you're governed up, if you're natural in your nature, you can't get around these laws.
Well, that's man laws on that we see try to interpretate towards nature.
Well, for instance, if you throw something up, right? This is a scientific fact. This is a scientific law, actually. It's a supersede the fact that if you throw something up, it's going to come down.
They call that gravity, and that's
not necessarily. They try to explain this natural phenomenon by the way of gravity. This is not accurate. This is just a presumption.
It's not accurate. Yeah, I'm with you on that, because I was about to say, like, that still can't be proven, because then they say
the fact is that the law is that it's going to come down.
From our interpretation of it, right? Man interpretation. See, we can't interpretation. We can. I'm breathing. I can breathe on something. We can see hard breathe, but we cannot say. We can say breathe. We can say wind, but we don't see it, right? We feel it. We know something's there, but we cannot. We interpretate it with the name. We gave it a name, and when we give it a name, that's where we stuck at it at. Because
well, sometimes things that you bring up, like wind, vibration, love, things of these natures, right? You can't necessarily see them, right, with the perspective that we're looking at it in our lens, but you can see them manifest into physical form.
Right, from it's called the cause and effect. Right? With the cause and effect, we determine that this is where science at, and a lot of people don't understand. Science is just the study of, right? So these things been observed, and we try to interpretate it the best way we can. Now we've been deceived with a lot of this wordplay that hybrid put in on us, right? So we are trying to unfold the like you said, the quantum theory. We trying to unfold what they have folded, right? Which
Listen, man. Listen, these people are doing deep shit to us, man. We
yes,
just got to
they
get a
are.
hold of our head. I'm about to get out of here, but are you familiar with a quantum?
Computer.
Yes.
Yeah, the quantum computer, the HARP simulators, the
Well, now they have reached ultimate level. They have able to decipher your thoughts before they get to you.
well, only if you've been programmed by them. If you
Well,
understand that.
how do you know what's part of the programming methodologies and tool outlets?
Well, most things that they do right now is propaganda and psychological warfare on us. And
We don't know what they use. It could be as simple as just turning on your
you
TV.
know, but you know when you know, yeah, I'm with you because
We're talking trans frequency neural linking.
Peace.
This is deep
Yeah,
science, man.
good night. Good night, y'all.
I'm
Cause
going to
AP, you got me finna go watch these movies.
my bad. I'll be going too deep, but this brother is a good. I
Oh
never
no,
talk
you ain't go too deep. You just woke me up to some shit that I had heard, but I never just delved into because I ain't had nobody to bounce it off of. You understand what I'm saying?
right. I never really usually go into these conversations, so man, maybe I can get the brother He Not Nice to come to the channel and we can get into some of
Yeah,
these.
that's what I was gonna suggest, that he subscribe to your channel
I haven't
and
never
he
seen
tap
him on my
in
channel yet.
sometime.
That's true. I haven't seen him over there. I'd like to see you over there. He Not Nice. My channel is Aboriginal Power.
I think I'm subscribed to you, Bap, and Cuddy.
Yep. Okay.
And Miss Bethy, and you know what I mean. Most of the rappers y'all.
Well, they took my main channel, so I got a new channel.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, they did. Right, the Gold channel.
Yeah, they took that motherfucker, man. That thing was doing crazy numbers too, man.
Yeah. You hit me with that. You know what I mean? To me, it's surprising because I'm deep in the studies too. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Not a lot of us not talking like this, but I understand where we coming from.
Hey, it's a lot of us may not be talking, but it's a lot of us listening. And in most situations, it's very rare. There's a few people out here, being pioneers and leading the front.
Peace. I just
Yeah,
feel like we stuck
what
on
time
the
you coming
bandwagon.
on tomorrow? Cause I know it's gonna be after 12.
Yeah, we can close this out, y'all. You know what I mean? I already feel y'all. It's late. It's early.
Yeah, I ain't got no appointment till 12 o'clock, so I was just chilling. But yeah, I know you gonna come in tomorrow about 12, right?
Yeah, probably like 12 too. I'm in that range. So
Yeah,
yeah.
cause you up pretty late. You up after 12 o'clock. That's
Yeah,
unusual.
my sleep
You better
schedule.
stop drinking that damn Ethiopian coffee.
Man, I'll be drinking some blueberry coffee. I done got addicted to this blueberry coffee. It's real good.
Where that come from? The Midwest somewhere?
No, it's out of Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Well, that's part of
coffee and a wine vineyard that I ordered coffee. They sell wine. They got a coffee.
It's thick.
There, so it's pretty dope. And they make blueberry wine. That's what they're known for. And they were advertising their new blueberry coffee too. So
What's the name of the company? I'm gonna try that.
Sugar Lamb Winery and Coffee Company. Sugar Lamb. Sugar
Oh,
Lamb.
I'm gonna have to look out for
Is it
that.
like a thick thing? Is it thick?
No.
Like
Is the coffee thick?
yeah, like
Oh no, it's not that thick. It's a nice blend, very smooth, nice consistent. Um, pretty good.
Yeah, you need to lay off a little bit of that. You know what I'm saying? Instead of 2 scoops, you need to take one. Cause it got your ass up
Man,
at 12 o'clock.
my sleep schedule been thrown off. I don't know what's going on. And listen, that's weird too because my sleep schedule been way thrown off. And that gets into more of my other theories about
the time and fabric and shit. But that's a whole nother. I'm about to go lay my ass down though. It's over with. Though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, you ain't gonna lay down, but next time just one scoop, not two.
I got you, sis.
Try one scoop.
Put a little more creamer
Cause
in
you've
it.
been doing this as of late, so just one scoop, not two. Cause I
Well, you
said,
know,
damn, what the hell
when
he
I
got
first
going
when
on?
I
He
first
up this
started
time of the night.
when I first started doing live streams, I never did morning live streams. Right? I used to do them at like 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and them things would go for 11 hours sometimes. You see what I'm saying?
All I
A lot of
know.
people, a lot of people start going live at night. So I was like, nobody goes in the morning, so I quit going at night and start going in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody go in the morning, so I'm like, fuck, I go at night again.
Well, you're a trendsetter. That's all that shit is.
Yeah, you know how it go.
That's a trendsetter. You know, people want to follow the crowd. You
But this
grabbing the
wasn't the
crowd and
deal.
they mad because they want the crowd themselves.
I
But it
don't know
is
how
what it is.
I don't know how this whole bill went, but for the time I was on here, I really enjoyed the conversation. I think it's worth people to go catch a replay of this. Uh, I think it was
I
dope.
don't want to look at the replay of this because this pissed me off though. In the beginning of this live stream, pissed me off. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. It pissed me
I can
all the
only
way off.
imagine if it's brother Sanchez on that motherfucker. I already know.
Yeah, but it was crazy because I would listen to Cuddy do the little mix or whatever, and then Chief started talking about people sent him something, and he wanted everybody to see it and see what everybody had to think of it. And when I was listening to what he was playing, then I said, "This nigga doing a reaction to AP video. What the fuck?" I
Yeah,
said,
no,
"Damn, A1 got up under his skin real bad."
you had
People
to.
don't have nothing to do. They looking for a buzz. You know what I mean? A clickbait.
Nah, A1 went on his channel and bust his ass.
Oh,
That's
for
what it
sure,
did.
that for sure. Yes, ma'am. But that's the whole thing. See, to keep us divided, they have to have something to fight for. That's what they're doing. They're in the form of saying of noun words. They're the ops. The ops is always going to try to throw something or throw a wrench in the game and put people in a corner so you can lash back out. But that's the thing. That's what they want us to do. Lash out, act out of character, act as in the bestiality mind, and don't stand on what your square is. They want you off your square. So this is them throwing blows. I can't say I don't know the brother Sanchez as all that and whatever. Know what I mean, I frequently heard of him, but what we did hear tonight, he did say some foul things about the sister, and doesn't make no sense for that. But
Yeah, we got to cut that out, man. So listen, we all we got.
No, that's the whole thing though, because he could have went on his whole little rant, but you know what I'm saying what he said about Mama Chi, that hit below the belt, and that what pissed me off. And what pissed me off is, oh, I'm with the elbows, I stand with y'all, and now we for some delusional motherfuckers, and we stopping his movement. What the fuck, nigga? When you get a movement?
the snakes always look for high grass. You know what I mean? So that just means to cut lawn and make sure the lawn stays perfectly cut.
Man, listen, at the end of the day, man, y'all know how we be coming, man. So dudes ain't straight, man. We all we got when it comes to this. We don't need no outside sources attaching themselves to what we got going on for clout or for whatever personal agendas that they have. And this is not a game. This is not for entertainment. So with that being
That's
said, man,
right. It's
peace and love to you.
goddamn for entertainment. You right about that, AP.
It's not, man.
I just didn't like the disrespect of Mama Chief. That's all I didn't like. Cause the lady ain't never disrespect,
Right, right. Yeah,
That's what I didn't like.
shit. Everybody gets some. Anybody, you know what I mean, cross the line, they getting that work. So, hey, man, shout out to everybody on the panel. I'm out of here. With that being said, man, shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Y'all know the vibrations. See y'all in the morning. We all we got. American Aborigines stand up. You understand me? Peace, love, and light. Be aware, stay vigilant, stay dangerous. Nice journey. I'm out of here. Peace.
All right. Good night. Good night.